Bonjour, good morning everybody. I hope you had a very nice evening yesterday and that it wasn't too difficult to wake up early. I am sure that this very nice discovery plenary session that we have today will pay the effort that you have done. This discovery session, as you have seen, is sponsored by Illumina, so thanks very much to our sponsor. This is an overview of the session that we will have during this morning. First, we will have an introduction of the French livestock sector and research, and then we will move directly to the core topic of our plenary session today, which revolves around the topic of how we can feed the planet without depleting its resources. We will have a coffee break after that, then the general discussion with the speakers of the plenary, and then we will have the presentations of the two awardees that received their award in the welcome ceremony yesterday, the Leroy awardee and the Eaap award. So first, we will start with this section addressing the French livestock sector and research. I think one of the great opportunities that the annual Eaap meeting being held every year in a different country, in a different town, gives us is the fact that we can get a flavor of the different things to be seen in the country, in the city, to taste the local cuisine, and it's a very remarkable attraction here in Lyon. But also, as animal scientists, we have the unique opportunity of getting some insight into the national livestock production systems and the animal science environment in the different countries. If you signed for one of the technical tours that we will have next Friday, you will get more detailed information on specific sectors. But today we will have an overview of the current situation of French livestock production and the related research. We will also hear about the expectations that farmers have from us, animal scientists, which can guide us in enhancing the impact of our research. To address this issue, we will have today Xavier Fernandez from INRAE and Christian Lambert from the National Federation of Farmers' Unions. First, Xavier Hernandez is the head of the FACE division at INRAE. It's the Animal Physiology and Livestock Breeding Systems division, one of the 4 scientific departments at INRAE devoted to animal science. He is himself an expert researcher in the fields of animal nutrition and product quality, and today he will give us some figures about the livestock sectors in France and information about research on the animal science and the scientific priorities at INRAE. So please, Xavier.
Thank you, Isabel. How can I get my, yes, I think that's the one. No.
I forgot.
That's the one. Thank you very much, Isabel. Hello, everybody. I must confess that it is very impressive to be sitting here in this very big room, and I'm even more impressed since I've learned yesterday that Bob Dylan has been singing here a few weeks ago. So I hope that I won't disappoint you. So I'm very honored to start this plenary session and to give you some very brief information about livestock sectors in France. And I will try to present you the main challenges that livestock farming are facing. This is a point that has been already mentioned several times in this Congress. And I will give you the INRAE perspective with regard to the scientific priorities in the field of animal science. And I also present some main players in academic research in animal science in France. So my name is Xavier Fernandez. I'm the head of the INRAE division called Animal Physiology and Livestock Systems. And I have prepared this presentation with my colleagues Jean-François Auquet and Stéphane Ingram. Let's start with few figures about livestock farming in France to give you an idea of the importance of this. With some figures in 2021, there were in France about 18 million bovines, close to 14 million pigs, a little bit more than 7 million sheep, 1.4 million goat, and 158 million broiler poultry. And milk production in France was 24 billion liters of cow's milk, ranking second in Europe for this production. In 2020, there was 145,000 farms that were devoted to livestock and poultry farming, and that means 37% of all farms in France, positioning France at this stage second in Europe after Spain in terms of livestock population, if we don't take into account poultry. If we look at the consumption of animal products, and let's start by terrestrial animal products, pork takes the first place with 31 kilo, poultry in the second with 28, cheese got the third place with 26 kilo, the diversity of which is a well-known feature of French gastronomy. And I don't know if you will have the opportunity during your stay in Lyon to taste the different types of cheese we have in France. Beef come with 22 kilo, and then we have eggs, butter, sheep and goat. A few words about fish and seafood consumption in France, which is significant, with 33.5 kilo per capita and per year, among which farmed fish represents 11%, and fishing fish taking the major part with 58%. We have also shellfish and crustaceans with 30%, 2/3 of which are coming from farming, actually. Beyond this snapshot on the consumption of animal products, if we look at the trends over time on meat consumption more specifically, that's the red curve on the figure, we can see that there is a slow erosion, of consumption over the past 20 years, with minus 3.2% consumption of meat in 2022 compared to 2000. Beyond this quite relatively small decline, we can see substitution phenomena between meats, and if we compare these 2 days, we can see that the consumption of lamb, beef, pork, and lamb meat has decreased to the benefit of poultry. One characteristic of the animal production in France is the importance and diversity of the different quality signs. I have reported here on this slide some of them, and just to show you some example, for instance, in the milk sector, there is 51 protected designation of origin. In the meat from herbivore sectors, there is 20 protected geographical indication. And there is also organic farming specification that guarantees best environmental practices and a high level of animal welfare. It is quite difficult to have the precise data on the proportion of animal production per se that is produced under this specification, but we know that organic farming overall represents about 10% of French agriculture, and within these figures, the percentage of farms that are devoted to animal production is the same than in the conventional agriculture, namely 37%. And it is also important to note that INRAE has launched a specific multidisciplinary research program dedicated to the scaling up of organic farming. This is called Metabio. And we also have the Label Rouge, a national sign which refers to the product with a higher level of quality. And for instance, in the poultry, broiler, and egg sectors, there is more than 200 of this red label. These livestock sectors that I have presented very briefly are represented and promoted by interprofessions. The interprofessions are groups formed on the initiative of professional organizations and are recognized as such by the public authority, namely the Ministry of Agriculture. On the right part of the slide, you have the logos of the major national interprofession that represent each of the livestock sector. The mission are reported on this slide. I won't go into detail, you can read them later, but maybe just to the last one, because one of the mission is to support research and to participate in the discussion on its major orientation. And this brings us to another part of my speech, which is to present the main players, actors of the academic research in France in the field of animal science. And I will start by presenting some words about INRAE, because INRAE is the main contributor in this field. If we look, for instance, at the publication, the French publication in the domain of dairy and animal science, we can see that 85% of them are signed or co-signed by INRAE scientists. There are 14 scientific divisions at INRAE that covers all the priority in the field of agriculture, environment, and food, and 3 of them are more specifically dedicated to animal science. These are animal genetics, animal physiology and livestock system, and animal health. For the rest of my speech, when I will talk about academic research in animal science at INRAE, I will consider these 3 scientific divisions together. And these 3 scientific divisions represent 1,600 permanent staff. And it is important also to note that the different research teams of INRAE are working in very close collaboration with other academic partners in animal science. Most of the time in what we call shared research units, the so-called UNMAR. And this is important, as you can see on this slide, because these academic partners within this shared research unit represent more than 1,000 permanent staff. And they are coming from other research organisms, university, and grandes écoles for engineers in agricultural science and veterinaries. And you can see on this map where all these research units are spread on the territory, and for each site you have some logos about the main academic partners which are associated with INRAE scientists in these shared units. Just a few words also in the field of research and development about the technical institutes, which are major actors of innovation in agriculture. There are 19 technical institutes in France, among which 4 are specifically dedicated to livestock, horses and poultry. The logos are shown on the right part of the slide. The missions are to carry out applied research and development work to provide operational and sustainable solutions for farmers and value chain, also to combine scientific skills and field expertise to inform the decisions of companies and public authorities, to evaluate and facilitate access to innovation, and to transfer and disseminate reliable, objective references. It is noteworthy that we have some shared research units with also the Technical Institute, as is the case with other academic partners. And the strategic plan of this Technical Institute is part of the National Programme for Agricultural and Rural Development, which is supported by the Ministry of Agriculture and which directs the action of all players in the field of agricultural and rural development towards priority objective of French agriculture. And I will say very briefly a short word about 2 other actors in research and development in France, one of which Jean-François has mentioned it yesterday, is the French Association for Animal Production, which is a crossroads for all the players in the animal production sectors, and also the scientific interest group Avenir Élevage, which brings together 23 partners from the research, the higher education, development industry, to the benefit of livestock farming. And I encourage you to visit the booth, so you will get some more information about their missions and actions. So all the actors are mobilized, all the actors that I have presented here, and I must confess, without the intention to be fully exhaustive, but all the actors are actively mobilized to address questions in connection with the main challenge that agriculture and livestock farming is facing. And these challenges are in connection with the exceeding planetary boundaries in the domain of climate, biodiversity, nutrients, and overall food security and global resources. This is a point that has already been mentioned here. And you can see that in the title of the slide, I put French between brackets because it's obvious that these challenges are globally shared. And this occurs in 2 different transitions that occur simultaneously. One is climate change, with the need to adapt and to mitigate and to decarbonate agriculture. And the other one is connected to the dietary transition that promotes a reduction of the consumption of animal products. In his introductory speech yesterday evening, our CEO, Philippe Mauguin, has outlined the main challenges that livestock farming is facing and has already mentioned different scientific priorities. So I want to repeat them. I just would like to point the difficulty of setting the scientific priorities within this dual urgency of food security on one hand and climate change on the other hand. This prompted us to consider the opportunity to reduce livestock number, but this raises many questions. To what extent, which animals, which breeding systems, this is complicated, and towards what balance of protein supply in human diet. And on this subject, I mentioned that at the end of this Congress, there is the workshop Food and Feed for the Future that will be held at Isara immediately after the Congress. It is also important to mention that environmental services of livestock farming are very important to consider, and this raises questions about how we measure them and which metrics we need to evaluate. So this leads us to pursue some ambitions. One is to reach zero net emissions of livestock systems. The other one is to improve practices and decisions for agroecology using diversification of the systems, enhancing the links between animals and plants that have already been mentioned here, and also reducing the workload in order to contribute to the renewing of vocation in the professional sectors of livestock farming. And you know that it is, at least in France, a very important question. So I would like to present now maybe the INRAE perspective on scientific priorities in animal science. And I will start by the global strategic agenda of INRAE, which is called INRAE 2030, that set up 5 main scientific objectives covering the whole activities from agriculture, environmental, and food. And most of this, almost all of these scientific objectives, generally for INRAE, raises question more specifically to animal science, namely, in particular, the 3 scientific divisions that I have mentioned earlier in my speech. For instance, if you look at scientific objective 4, on promoting a global approach to health, this raises questions on emerging infectious animal diseases and zoonotic diseases. Another example, in scientific objective 1, on environmental challenges, this raises question, of course, on climate mitigation and adaptation, and more specifically at the animal level and at the system level, the adaptation to global warming. Scientific objective 3, on sober and circular uses of resources, raises question on the role of the livestock farming within the agroecosystem on the CNP cycles. Scientific objective 5 on data science and digital technology is a cross-cutting scientific objective that irrigated question within the other ones, as you can imagine. But I will make just a short focus on scientific objective 2, on the agroecological transition, because this is the one that raises probably the greatest number of questions to the animal science fields. And these are in line with this objective that appears in the INRAE 2030 document around animal welfare and health, protein self-sufficiency, food, environmental and social services provided by livestock in a diversity of systems, and strategies and public policies that have to be implemented to maintain the economic value of livestock farming. So on this slide, I reported some examples, without being the intention of being exhaustive once more, some examples of scientific priorities that are declined within the strategic agenda of the scientific division at INRAE devoted to animal science. We're sure promoting animal welfare with some scientific fronts around deciphering animal cognitive capacities and designing livestock systems that promote positive emotion as far as possible. Another one around the promotion of positive environmental footprint of livestock system by combining zero net emission and enhanced ecosystem services. Preserving animal health within the agroecological condition, relying on individual robustness, including the role of the microbiotes and genetics, of course. Promoting variability, including genetic diversity, instead of uniformity in key traits, to make value of individual complementarities and synergies. Orienting genome expression in early stages, including epigenetics mechanism, of the so-called early programming, and we had some example yesterday in the morning session on fish nutrition, on the work that are carried out at INRAE on this field. And this aim to promote co-adaptation between animals and their environments. And finally, another example, understanding and modeling genetic variability in key traits for the agroecological transition of livestock farming. So once more, these are just some examples, and this is not an exhaustive view of the scientific priorities that are carried out by the different scientific divisions. So I would like to end my speech. I don't know if I have time left. Okay. By pointing the importance of the international collaboration. This is a priority for INRAE overall and for Animal Science Division also. And you can see on this slide, for instance, that the overall co-publication of INRAE with other countries is quite dense, with more than 150 countries around the world. More specifically, in the field of animal science, we think we are quite present in European project today, and this is a good thing because these European projects are actually addressing INRAE's scientific priorities. You have here on the right part of the slide some logos of the European project, which are coordinated by INRAE scientists in the field of animal science, and it is not exhaustive neither. And I would mention also that the involvement of INRAE scientists in the European and World Association of Animal Production is also a sign of this ambition. This international scientific cooperation takes shape in different international initiatives. For instance, here I reported the Pre-Zooed initiative, which aimed to prevent zoonotic disease emergence at a global level. And there is also the Tsara initiative that has been launched on the French part by INRAE and CIRAD, another research organism, with the aim of transforming food system and agriculture through partnership research in Africa. Finally, just a few words to say that INRAE has developed tools for international partnerships. These are international associated laboratories, international research networks, and joint linkage call. And you can see on the map that these different tools are deployed all over the world. So, as a conclusion, I would like to end by pointing that international collaboration are one of our top priorities at INRAE, specifically in the field of animal science, but it's general for all INRAE. And this Congress is a great opportunity to stimulate them and to forge new ones. So I wish you a very nice stay in Lyon, a very fruitful Congress, and I just would like to end with a short nod to another major event that will be held in France and that will start in the forthcoming days. And this is an event in which we also are pinning great hopes. So thank you very much.
So the annual meeting of the Eaap will be certainly a nice warm-up for the rugby championship. Our next speaker today will be, oops, sorry. Oops. I'm sorry. Here. Our next speaker today will be Christian Lambert, who is the chair of the National Federation of Farmer Unions. Madame Lambert is a farmer herself and trade unionist. She has been the head of this French National Federation of Farmers Unions and holds a preeminent role in COPA-COGICA, which is the Committee of Professional Agricultural Organizations and Cooperatives, the united voice of farmers and agri-cooperatives in the European Union. As president of COPA, she represents over 22 million European farmers and their families. So it will be very interesting to see the needs and demands farmers have from science. So thanks very much, Christian.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor for me to speak in front of you. Thank you very much for giving COPA and COGECA the opportunity to share with you our views on livestock production and research in this international congress. COPA and COGECA are the united voice of farmers and agri-cooperatives of the 27 member states of the European Union. Together, we ensure that EU agriculture is sustainable, innovative, and competitive while guaranteeing food security for 500 million people throughout Europe and by contributing to the world's major food equilibrium. We ensure that farmer and agri-cooperative perspectives and concerns are considered in the development and implementation of EU agricultural policies and legislation, together with being respected in international agreements. Personally, I'm a pig farmer in the west of France. My husband and I have been raising pigs for over 30 years in a mixed farm where the crops are 100% dedicated to the animals. Our farm has been environmentally certified for 10 years, and now we are preparing to hand over our farm to two motivated young farmers, one of our sons and one worker. Let me speak on the debate on livestock production now. Livestock production and animal products consumption are subjects that frequently create societal debate on every continent, and particularly within the European Union. Benefiting from a high standard of living and generally favorable climatic conditions, the EU has developed some of the most demanding standards in the world, particularly for livestock farming and food. These standards are constantly evolving in line with advances of scientific and technical knowledge, but also in response to pressure from society. These debates are legitimate and must be conducted given the essential role of livestock production as a source of food and its implication for ecological and economic systems. But it is imperative that debate and legislation are based on facts and science. Unfortunately, this is not always the case within the Euro or at national level. Too often, decisions don't take into account the impact they may have on livestock production, affordable food, future of rural areas, and farmers' income. It is therefore vital to amplify the discussion, analysis, and results of science at a political level. Livestock farmers need the voice of scientists to be heard and for science to regain its rightful place in the debate that are increasingly dominated by sometimes destructive ideologies. A very good recent example was the Dublin Declaration, which was published last year in November after the conference on the societal role of meat organized in October 2022. The declaration looked at a double challenge: how to increase the availability of livestock-derived foods to help satisfy the unmet national nutritional needs of one estimated 3 billion people, while considering the present challenges of animal production systems with regard to biodiversity, climate change, and nutrients foods, flows, as well as animal health and welfare. This declaration can be signed by any scientist involved in public research. I invite you to read and sign this declaration if you have not done so yet, and I thank you for that. More than 1,000 scientists from all over the world have done it already. It is important to spread the word if we want to have a positive impact on the future policy. I want to explain our vision on the key role of livestock production. At a time when global demand for animal protein is increasing, and according to the FAO will continue to do so in the decades to come, the EU is paradoxically facing growing pressure to reduce its livestock production. This in the name of protecting the environment, climate, and animal welfare. We must resist. We must resist calls to reduce animal production by providing concrete answers to the major issues at stake. Livestock-derived food provide essential nutrients for human health. Meat, milk, and eggs provide high-quality proteins, vitamins and minerals that are much better assimilated than those provided by plants, some of which are absent from plant products such as vitamin B12 and certain amino acids. In addition to food, there are many other positive benefits. Livestock contribute significantly to maintaining a circular flow of material in agriculture, converting inedible biomass, pasture, byproducts into high-quality foods. Animal manure enriches the soil and is a high-quality natural fertilizer, the only kind permitted in organic farming in the EU. Well-managed livestock system can also offer additional benefits, such as carbon sequestration, improved soil health, biodiversity conservation, and essential ecosystem services. Should there be less livestock farming, many regions would have no future and would suffer from desertification, wasteland, and fires, with dramatic consequences for the environment and local communities. From a socio-economic point of view, livestock production is a key sector on the economic vitality of rural areas. It should also remember that in many parts of the world, animals provide essential labor, particularly for traction. Finally, from a cultural point of view, animal products are a cornerstone of the culinary heritage of many countries and contribute to their attractiveness to tourists. Which ways forward for a more sustainable livestock production? There are many areas where more research is needed, as well as disseminating the results. If we think about the greenhouse gases emission linked to livestock production, we can optimize animal and herd management, productivity, health, improve feed by modifying ration and using feed additives, better manage water and crop irrigation, work on genetics to reduce methane emission, improve heat resistance or fattening performance, improve manure management and spread techniques, improve the energy efficiency of livestock building. For that, we need to work much more with you. If we are thinking about animal welfare, we need to continue our work on ethology and animal husbandry. The guiding principle must be to support farmers in optimizing the living conditions of their animal, to combine performance and good treatment at every stage, breeding, transport, and slaughter. This is a particularly sensitive subject where science must take precedence over emotion and anthropomorphism. Given the complexity of the issues at stake, climate, biodiversity, and the environment, we need to be more relevant in promoting the services provided by livestock farming. Let me give you two examples. In the area of greenhouse gases, the circularity of agriculture flows, carbon storage, and the notion of avoided greenhouse gases, thanks to the fertilization of soil by animal manure in particular, need to be taken into account, including in the work of the EPCC. In terms of biodiversity, some areas can only be used by grazing livestock, as well as maintaining meadows of great interest for their flora and fauna. Pasture play a major role in firefighting. Think of the mega fires that occurred in 2022 and are recurring this year. In France, a scientific debate is underway on the concept of package of services provided by livestock farming. This in order to highlight the positive amenities associated with each livestock farming system. In the context of climate change, the important thing to think increasingly in terms of integrated approaches at farm, regional, and continental level, but also to think together about complementarities between animal and plant production. We need multi-benefits solutions that are compatible with farm economics. It's the reason why I really think we must work much more together. To meet these challenges successfully, we need to build on our respective skills and work together as economic players and scientists to co-construct solutions and innovation, including possible breakthrough solutions, whether in terms of agricultural practices or food policies. It is vital to devise solutions that are realistic technically, technically feasible, sociologically acceptable, and economically sustainable. You may be familiar with the Territorial Innovation Laboratories, which originate in Canada in the field of medical research and which are perfectly suited to complex issues involving all the players in society. This type of organization allows end users to be questioned about their needs and then involved in the research process as much as necessary. This allows for a gradual and constructive approach to sensitive issues. The agricultural world has constantly adapted to change, whether environmental or cultural, and will continue to do so. We are open to innovation. We will continue to adapt. We want innovation that will bring real added value to farming and to society. We mustn't restrict ourselves, and you mustn't restrict yourselves. For a large-scale deployment to succeed, we need realistic objectives and agenda, as well as adequate technical and financial support, but that's not what we are discussing now. As a conclusion, I want to say that humanity and livestock have co-evolved together since the Neolithic for the past 10 or 15,000 years. Livestock farming is an integral part of our humanity. The human-animal coevolution is rich in lessons, reciprocal rights and duties, and cherished traditions that make up a multifaceted cultural heritage. This heritage must continue to exist in all its diversity to provide healthy, safe, sustainable, and affordable food for a growing world population that is still attached to its culinary and gastronomic tradition. It's hard not to think about it here in Lyon, the capital of French gastronomy, with its wealth of meat, charcuterie, and cheese produced you can enjoy yesterday and today. Today's livestock production is under pressure. Farmers are under pressure. You told it yesterday. And farmers need support. They need your support and science-based data and advice to help them plan for the future and invest in technical, practical, and organizational innovation. Farming is a long-term activity, and passing on the legacy to the younger generation is a social issue that is more important than ever. Together, farmers and researchers, let's help to brighten the horizon. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Christiane, for highlighting the major points and issues to debate, to engage in this discussion and build the way forward together. We will now move to the core part of this plenary session. As you can see in the title, it's Primum non nocere, can we feed the planet without depleting its resources? You may have heard this Latin phrase, primum non nocere, in a different context, because it's been attributed to the ancient Greek physician, Hippocrates, and it means first, do no harm, reminding doctors that their primary duty is to avoid causing harm to their patients. But it doesn't only apply to medical aspects. With a global population of over 8 billion, which is predicted to reach 10 billion by 2050, we face the challenge of feeding the world without depleting the planet's resources. Farmers, scientists, and governments, as we have seen, are working but need to work further to ensure food security. And at the same time, it's also essential that this is done applying ethical and sustainable farming practices. These practices should guarantee social equity, minimize environmental impact, and provide high-quality and nutritious products. It's therefore crucial that human nutrition, animal welfare, and environmental health are placed in the core of the decisions regarding food production throughout the whole chain. In the particular case of animal-sourced food, despite the many challenges that livestock production is currently facing at the global level, the key societal role of sustainable livestock production systems has recently been recognized, as Christian just mentioned, by the Dublin Declaration of Scientists, which probably many of you have already signed. But how can we ensure that these systems will respond to the many drivers and societal pressures on livestock production and yet produce sufficient food to feed the planet without consuming its resources? So to give us some insight into these issues, today we will have 3 speakers which will deal with the matter from an economic, social, and environmental perspective. The first speaker today will be Hervé Guillemard from INRAE, France. He is the Director of Research, Agricultural and Public Economics at INRAE in Rennes and Paris. And he's been the head of the Division of Social Sciences and then Scientific Director for Agriculture. Before taking on these research management positions, he was involved in numerous national and international projects on the Common Agricultural Policy. He's an agronomic engineer and statistician economist specialized in market and policy analysis and modeling at both the world and European levels. He is coordinator of research and analysis on the Common Agricultural Policy within INRAE and has co-authored several books and reports for the European Parliament on how the CAP and the Green Deal should evolve to address future challenges and how farming practices could contribute to preserve the natural resources of the European Union. So thanks very much, Hervé. The floor is yours. There you go.
Thank you very much, Isabelle, and thank you very much for the invitation. The initial original title of the presentation was Solution for Feeding the World in a Sustainable and Healthy Way. I think that solution is too ambitious or too pretentious, so I changed the title, and I would like in my presentation, in fact, focus on some trade-off we have when we want to achieve, in fact, or to develop, in fact, sustainable and healthy food system in the world. So the introduction is, I suppose that you all know that food systems at the world level, in fact, are not sustainable, and diet are not healthy. There are in the world negative impact on food system, on the climate, the environment, and so on. And in fact, this negative impact that are mainly of food system are mainly linked, in fact, to the agricultural part, in fact, of the food system. And on the other hand, we have unbalanced diets with situation of malnutrition, and in many cases, we have situation, in fact, of what we call double burden of malnutrition with undernutrition and obesity, and also no communicable disease linked, in fact, to obesity and overweight. And so there is a line of research trying to analyze to what extent it is possible, in fact, to achieve sustainable and healthy food system at the world level, not only today, but most importantly tomorrow, in a context where there is a growth, in fact, of the world population, and in a context of climate change. And this line of research tries to analyze, in fact, what action levers can be used, in fact, to improve the sustainability of food system, can achieve, in fact, healthier diet at the world level than in each region in the world. And there is a line of research which, in addition, tries to analyze what are the market and economic impact, in fact, of this lever, on what policy instrument can be used, in fact, to achieve what we want to achieve in terms of sustainable and healthy food system at the world level. And so I will focus my presentation on two main trade-offs. The first is to see if it's possible, in fact, to reduce the environmental impact of food system while simultaneously achieve, in fact, healthy diets in 2050 in the world. This is done, in fact, using, in fact, a global regional model. The first assumption is that we assume, in fact, that in 2050 we have average, at least, healthy diets in all parts of the world. The lever is the lever of productivity, and we will assess, in fact, cropland and grassland needs in 2050. And the second assumption is that we will see that if possible, in fact, to achieve that, healthy diets in 2050 without farmland expansion. Because we want, in fact, to maintain, in particular, forest area because of their positive effect in terms of greenhouse gas emission and biodiversity. And this first part of the presentation will allow us, in fact, to discuss some physical driver of change for both demand and supply. And the second part of my presentation will be, I am agricultural economist, and I will try, in fact, to show you what can be the economic impact of change, not at the world level, because the situation in every part of the world is very different, so we have to focus on each part of the world. And here I will focus, in fact, on the EU, and I will focus, in fact, on the Green Deal, the European Green Deal, using, in that case, the market partial equilibrium model of the EU food system, and analyzing, in fact, with that model, what are the non-market, that is environmental and nutrition impact, in fact, of the Green Deal, trying to while simultaneously taking into account what are the impact, in fact, on price, income, consumer expenditure, and so on. And I will try to show you, in fact, that the consequences of two contrasted scenarios. The first is when you consider only changes at the farm level, that is agroecology, because agroecology is promoted, in fact, by the Green Deal. And I will compare, in fact, the non-market and market impact of agroecology with the non-market and market impact of what we call a full or complete scenario, where we not only change, in fact, farming practices, but we also reduce food losses and waste along the food chain, and we also shift diets, and in particular, we reduce, in fact, the share of animal protein in our average diet in the EU, and this will allow me to discuss some political driver of change. So the first part of my presentation will be on food availability worldwide, trying to provide some answer, in fact, to the point, is it possible to ensure food availability to the world population by 2050 under two normative assumptions. The first is healthy diets in each part of the world in 2050, and the second one, no farmland expansion. I can shift to another, okay? So we have first to define what we call healthy diet in 2050. And it's not so easy, in fact, to define what are healthy diets for each part or region of the world. There is no, in fact, unique definition of what are healthy diets. And that means that in our case, that is in that work, this means that there is a convergence, in fact, of average availability in 2050. You can see that on the right part of the slide. But this means that this convergence implies, in fact, decrease for some region, for example, in Canada, United States, or in the 8th region of the European Union, or in Australia or New Zealand, for example. But this means that in other regions, you have increase, in particular in Africa, and in particular in West Africa, and East, Central, and South Africa. And furthermore, there is, in fact, a convergence in terms of calories, but you have also to take into account the structure of the diets, And it means that in some countries like the EU, for example, you have decrease in sugar, fat, and animal products to have this, what we call healthy diets, and increase in fruit and vegetable. But in some regions, and particularly in India, in Africa, this means increase, in fact, in animal production. And of course, simulation result will depend of what we call and what we define as healthy diet in 2050. And this is very important, in fact, to understand many papers that are trying to analyze to what extent it is possible to achieve sustainable diets, healthy diets, in fact, at what diet you want. It's important to understand what are the definitions behind, in fact, healthy diets. In terms of result, this is achieved or results are obtained using, in fact, a modeling framework which is summarized on this slide very quickly. That is, we start from population on healthy diet, and this allows us to define, in fact, the diets on the food that is required, in fact, in each region of the world. From that, in fact, we need, in fact, some assumption, in fact, in terms of waste, on food waste along the food chain, in terms of other use, on particular biofuel use. We need, in fact, assumption in terms of stock variation, and we have a modeling of export and import. I have no time to detail, in fact, how we model export and import, but we have, of course, in fact, trade, which is included in the model. This allows us to define, in fact, domestic production, and from that, we also we have to develop, in fact, assumption on productivity, that is crop yields, grazing intensity, cropping intensity, livestock intensity, what are irrigated area. And from that, the final objective, in fact, of this work is to define what are cropland and grassland needs in 2050, taking into account, of course, land availability in each region of the world, and taking into account cultivable land area in each region of the world, and taking into account that we do not want, in fact, deforestation. And in terms of result, okay, I can skip that. In terms of result, we analyze, in fact, cropland needs first in 2050, and this gives you, on this slide, in fact, cropland needs, in fact, for different regions of the world. There is more detail for some European regions, for example, in the work we are doing. And you see, so the evolution cropland needs in 2010, which is our base year, and the cropland area needs, in fact, in 2050. And you observe here that there is an increase, in fact, of cropland needs at the world level, which is relatively important. But in some countries, like, for example, the former Soviet Union, you have a decrease in cropland needs. It's mainly because of demography. But in some other region, you have an increase in cropland needs in 2050. And you observe here that in China, India, West of Asia, North and Middle East countries, and North Africa, they are constrained, in fact, by the land constraint, and so they are constrained, in fact, to increase import, in fact, to satisfy or to reach, in fact, healthy diets in 2050. The second, in fact, finding, in fact, of this kind of study is to analyze not only what are cropland needs in 2050, but also to analyze, in fact, what are grassland needs in 2050. So you have the same region on the left part of the slide, and here you have a figure presenting, in fact, grassland in 2010, and so here you have grassland need in 2050. And what you see is that, for example, in the former Soviet Union, again, mainly because of demography, you have a huge decrease in grassland needs in 2050 with respect to the base period level of your model. But in other parts of the world, like West Africa and East, Central, and South Africa, you have huge, in fact, increase in grassland needs in this region. This is directly linked not only to demography, but also to what I said before, it's that because in West Africa and in East, Central, and South Africa, healthy diet means increase, in fact, in the share of animal product in diet in both regions. And so this means that at the end, you see on this column, in fact, that it is impossible, in fact, to satisfy cropland needs and grassland needs in 2050 in many regions of the world without farmland expansion. And even with complete forest clearing, it is impossible, in fact, in West Africa and East, Central, and South Africa. This means that you have to do something with Africa, in particular in Sub-Saharan Africa, to solve, in fact, the food equation at the world level in this part of the world. This slide summarizes, in fact, the finding that I presented before, and I would like only to say that, so we have to find other drivers, in fact, to reduce cropland needs and grassland needs, in particular in West Africa and in East, Central, and South Africa. And this is shown on the right part of the slide, where you have West Africa and East, Central, and South Africa. What is in yellow, it corresponds to cropland needs. And I will like to underline that there are many papers, in fact, on cropland and cropland needs in 2015, at what date you want. But it's really important to take into account also grassland needs, which are particularly important in some parts of the world. And here in West Africa and East, Central, and South Africa, you see that starting, in fact, from pasture or grassland needs, in fact, in 2050, we see how it's possible, thanks to other drivers, in fact, to reduce grassland needs. And this is shown, in fact, here on the, say, for example, for East, Central, and South Africa. If you increase grassland intensity, I have to see, okay, it's a column 1. You see that there is, in fact, a decrease, in fact, in grassland needs. If you increase animal feed efficiency, there is also a decrease in grassland needs in 2050. If you have meat substitution, that is, if we replace, in fact, beef meat by poultry meat, in fact, in a diet in East, Central, and South Africa, you have also a decrease in grassland needs in 2050. And the third level is to increase, in fact, import share of that part of the world. That is to increase, in fact, meat that come, in fact, for a country under the conditions that these countries are able to import from an economic point of view. And so if I want to conclude this first part of the presentation, I have to accelerate, I think. On the demand side, you have, as economists, we do not want to play with demography, but it's a lever, of course. But we do not want to use or to play with that. So food demand is the product of diets by demography. And so the main point, in fact, according to this type of work, is to analyze how diets will be evolved in 2050 and what will be the share of animal product and animal protein, in fact, in diets to define food demand. A second level is to play on not food use, on feed, fuel, and so on. This is also important, in fact, to decrease, in fact, cropland needs and pastureland needs in 2050. Reducing food waste in the food chain is a win-win strategy, at least from a climate and environmental point of view, but with impact, in fact, that will be different for farmers, for example, and consumer. If you reduce, in fact, food waste at the consumption stage, the impact will be positive for consumer, but negative, in fact, for farmer because of a reduced demand. So you have to take into account the impact, the economic impact of reducing food losses in the food chain, and in fact also how to change behavior to reduce food losses and waste along the food chain. And on the supply side, the main question is how, in fact, to achieve productivity, to increase, in fact, land productivity mainly, to achieve yields, and possibility, in fact, to increase, in fact, land productivity or animal productivity while reducing climate and environmental impact. And the second point is with respect to land area. It is possible in some part of the world to expand farmland without climate and environmental impact. And so we have to play, in fact, mainly with that is with productivity on area. In economics, we say impact as the intensive margin of production and impact as the extensive margin of production. And so we are trying to see what is the best combination, in fact, to achieve healthy diet in 2050 by increasing productivity and also by playing, in fact, on land area. The second part of my presentation will be more on economics and on the Green Deal. And as I say in my introduction, I would like to show you that economic impact first are important, of course, at least for an economist. And the second one is that economic impact can be very different depending, in fact, of the scenario you consider. I will show you that on the example of the European Green Deal. I will be very quick, in fact, on the Green Deal. The Green Deal, the objective is to achieve carbon neutrality in the EU by 2050, and also to promote sustainable growth and so on and so on. This will be achieved, in fact, by implementing a lot of strategy at the EU level, at least in theory. And for the agricultural sector, this will be in particular achieved, or we hope to achieve that, by using the farm-to-fork, what we call the farm-to-fork strategy, and the EU biodiversity strategy by 2030. For the agro-food sector, there are three main objectives. The first is to reduce the use of fertilizer, of pesticide, of antibiotics in the agricultural sector on supply. It's what we call European Green Deal quantitative target for agriculture by 2030. So reduction in pesticide use, reduction in fertilizer use, reduction in antibiotics. You have also to increase, in fact, the share of land under organic farming and other minor objective or more minor objective. The second lever is to reduce, in fact, food losses and waste. And the third lever is to shift diets. And the Commission, and the European Commission or the European Parliament doesn't define in detail what are healthy diets. So you have to imagine what are healthy diets if you want to do simulation. The next slide is to show that why we have to do that. It's because the EU agricultural sector is not on the right track to meet the Green Deal objective. And this is shown on the left part, in fact, of the slide. When you see greenhouse gas emission for the EU sector, agricultural sector, in blue, you have the evolution. And here, on the right, you see the target correspond to the gray point. And you see that if you have a prolongation, in fact, of trend, depending on how you calculate the trend, you see that you will not achieve, in fact, the objective of the Green Deal in terms of greenhouse gas emission for the agricultural sector at the EU level. After, you have to define what each member state will do. The same for the carbon sink, and the same for pesticide, the same for fertilizer, the same for organic farming. If you maintain, in fact, the growth rate we have for organic farming, we will not achieve, in fact, the objective of the Green Deal. There is only one point where we are on the track. It is in terms of the use, in fact, of antibiotics in livestock, where the decrease observed on past year will allow, in fact, achieving, in fact, the objective of the Green Deal in terms of antibiotic use. And to show that it will be very different if we consider only the first level, as many, in fact, papers do, that is only the level of agroecology, with respect to a combined scenario where you consider, in fact, both what we do on the supply side in terms of agroecology, but you simultaneously, you reduce, in fact, food waste and loss, and you shift diets. We use, in fact, a simple or synthetic, if you want, partial equilibrium model of the EU food system with only three food aggregates at this stage: field crops, ruminant products, and monogastric products. We have on land supply is variable, and we have three land use for crops, for forage, and for biodiversity landscape elements, which are included, in fact, in the European Green Deal. We take into account the difference between producer and consumer price, and we take into account food waste and losses. We have two scenarios. I will compare only two scenarios. Agroecology with respect to a combined scenario where we combine the three levels of agroecology, food losses, and change in diets. And I will show you, in fact, what are the non-market and market impact of the agroecology scenario with respect to the combined scenario. If I take first non-market impact, and I take first greenhouse gas emission of the EU food system, okay, this is the impact, in fact, of agroecology in 2030, yeah, of the agroecology level, and you see that you have a decrease, but because you adopt, in fact, you reduce chemical use, pesticide use, and so on, and you adopt more agroecological practices, and you have a decrease of 13% of greenhouse gas emissions. This is the blue column. But you see that in total, the decrease is much lower. It's only -5%. It's because the agroecology level will induce, in fact, increase in net import of the EU. And because you have an increase in net import, you have increase in greenhouse gas emission that are included in net import. And so the domestic effect is to reduce greenhouse gas emission by 13%, but the total effect is to reduce greenhouse gas emission by only 5%. And if you have the three levels, agroecology, food loss, and shift in diets, you see that the impact is much more important. Also, the first message is that if you want to reduce significantly or significantly greenhouse gas emission of the food system, you have to use the three levels of agroecology, food waste, and shifts in diets. And it's the same for biodiversity. Here you have on the biodiversity damage indicator, the level of biodiversity damage in the EU today. You see that if you use only the level of agroecology, you can reduce to some extent the biodiversity damage indicator, but if you want to reduce significantly, in fact, the damage to biodiversity, you have again to use the three levels. And if you look at impact on nutrition, you see that if you use agroecology, you have more or less no impact, in fact, on the nutritional quality of diets, and you have to use, in fact, of course, the level of shift in diets to achieve, in fact, positive nutritional effect or findings. I have no time, in fact, to detail all this effect, but you can find that in the presentation or in the paper. And now, if I consider what are the market impact, again, I will compare, in fact, the impact of agroecology only with respect to a combined scenario where we use not only agroecology, but we also reduce food waste and losses, and we shift diets. You see, first, that in both cases, you have an increase in farmland, but farmland area, but here farmland area includes, in fact, landscape elements that you are constrained to increase because of the European Green Deal. The second point is that the agroecology level induce, in fact, by extensification, if you want, a decrease in domestic supply. And because you have a reduction in domestic supply, you have increase, in fact, in domestic prices in the EU. The price increase are more important for crops in that simulation, but retains that you have decrease in supply and increase, in fact, in agricultural prices. But if you consider, in fact, the combined scenario, you see that, again, you have a decrease in production, and the decrease in production, it's much more important, in fact, with respect to the agroecology level for ruminant products and monogastric products. You have the figure, in fact, on the slide, but also for crops. And this is because if you reduce, in fact, because of the changes in diets, if you reduce, in fact, the demand for animal products, you reduce also, in an important way, the feed demand, and this has a negative impact for crops. And so you see, you have much decrease are more important, in fact, for supply, and this translates in price effect, which are negative this time for ruminant products and monogastric products. They are still positive, in fact, for crop products, but the increase is much lower when you use a combined scenario with respect to the case where you use only the agroecology scenario. This means that you have to take into account what you want to do and to achieve, as shown again. If now I look at, again, at the economic impact, so this is the same information as on the previous slide on agricultural prices, and what you can see is that the effect on consumer prices are much lower. It's because you have a long way to do, or to do between, in fact, what is happening at the farmer level and what is happening at the consumer level. And you have a lot of margin to take into account between agricultural prices to define at the end consumer prices. And the point here is that many people say that the Green Deal will have, in fact, very negative impact for consumer. According at least to our simulations, this is not correct. In fact, because of the margin and because the farm products is only a small part, in fact, of the final product, impact of the Green Deal, either by using only the agroecology level or by using, in fact, the combined scenario on consumer prices will be not much important. What will be important, in fact, is the impact of on trade. And you see here the impact of the agroecology level on net import of plant products, because the EU is a net importer of plant products, and line after on net export of ruminant products, because I remember I am working at the EU level, and at the EU level we are a net exporter of ruminant products, and the last line is a net export of monogastric products, and also we are a net exporter. And you see that if you use, in fact, only the agroecology level, you will have a huge increase, in fact, in net imports of plant products, and a huge decrease in net export of ruminant products and monogastric products. And this is mainly linked, in fact, to the price effect at the agricultural stage. But if you use the combined level, you see the combined scenario, you see, in fact, that the increase in net import of plant products will be much lower. It's because you reduce the demand in the EU for feed, in particular. And instead of having, in fact, a decrease in net export of ruminant and monogastric products, we will now have, in that case, we would have an increase. And again, it's mainly linked to the fact that the prices, the domestic prices of ruminant and monogastric products decrease in the EU, and this increase, in fact, their position on the export market, and so they have no, the EU product for ruminant and monogastric have an advantage in terms of prices on the world market. And the last result is on farmer revenue and consumer expenditure. And in terms of farmer, it's only to show you that in the case where you apply only agroecology, you have an increase, in fact, in farmer revenue for crop producer, for ruminant and monogastric producer. It's mainly because, according to our simulation, the price effect is higher, in fact, than the quantity effect. If you use a combined scenario, you have a decrease in the revenue, and in particular for monogastric producer and ruminant producer. And in terms of consumer expenditure, you have a slight increase when you use of consumer spending when you use only agroecology, but a huge decrease when you use, in fact, the combined scenario, mainly because you reduce in an important way the consumption of animal products. And the last slide is only to highlight some point I presented before, is that to say that economic impact of the Green Deal will differ in an important way, depending, in fact, of the relative importance of the three levels of agroecology, reduction on food losses, and change in diets. And so the winner and the loser will be different depending, in fact, on the relative importance of the three levels. And so this means that if you want to implement public policy to change behavior of farmer or other actors of the food chain, of consumer, you can do that in a very simple way by using what we call negative, say, the carrot or the stick, if you want. The stick, negative incentive, or the carrot, subsidies. But the most important thing is that the consequences, in fact, on income, on revenue, on expenditure will be very different, depending, in fact, of the relative importance of the three levels. And so we have to be clear, in fact, how the European Union wants to implement the Green Deal. It wants only to consider agroecology, or it wants to consider all, in fact, the level of the agroecology. And this means that we have to be very clear and unambiguous on policy objective. And the last point is that we have to do a regular impact assessment and to take corrective measures if we see, for example, that the three levels of the Green Deal are not implemented in the same way. Thank you.
So thanks very much, Hervé, for a very interesting and challenging presentation. I guess it will have raised many questions, so please save them for the general discussion that we will have after the coffee break. Our next speaker today could unfortunately and unexpectedly make it to Lyon, but she has sent us a pre-recorded presentation. If you have questions, I think we can address them also together during the general discussion after that. Jessica Fanso, who is a professor of climate and director of the Food and Humanity Initiative at Columbia University's Climate School in New York in the United States, is also the interim director of the International Research Institute for Climate and Society. She currently leads the development of the Food Systems Dashboard and the Food Systems Countdown to 2030 initiative in collaboration with the Global Alliance on Improved Nutrition and the FAO. So, we will now see the presentation from Dr. Fanso.
Hello, my name is Jess Fanso, and today I will be talking about moving towards bold food system resilience. Let's get started. So what is the global food security and nutrition polycrisis that's happening currently? Well, it's really been driven by three big drivers: climate change, COVID-19, and conflict. And this is having impacts on many different aspects of society, but particularly those affected by food, or what we're calling the 5 Fs: food, fodder, finance, fertilizer, and fuel. And this, of course, is having significant impacts across a range of outcomes, including food security, diets, nutrition, and health, environmental sustainability, and livelihoods. And right now, we're seeing significant rise of extreme weather events, many of these being climate related. They're more violent, they're less predictable. They are affecting populations all over the world, from low to high income communities, and they're front and center. You know, we've seen the floods in India, the wildfires in Greece, the fires in Hawaii, floods in Vermont, the heat in the southwestern part of the US, the prolonged droughts in the Horn of Africa. Is the world prepared for what will be more and more of these extreme, abnormal weather events that are related to climate? And we're also seeing conflict rise. The war between Russia and Ukraine, two major breadbaskets, has been impacting the world's food supply significantly over the last year and a half. We will continue to see the implications of these two countries who are at war on food systems, food prices, and food availability and access. And we know that this poly crisis impacts small-scale producers, particularly those living in low and middle-income countries. The cost of inputs and fertilizers, transport and trade bottlenecks of food, and the ability to move it around the world, poor access to markets and finance, prolonged and sustained food loss and waste, some of that again due to extreme weather events, and persistent disempowerment of women, many of who are working in agriculture and providing us food every day, from our households to our restaurants to our farmscapes. And the poly crisis is impacting sufficient, safe, and healthy diets, the ability to access those diets for everyone around the world. So as the war in the Ukraine carries into a second year and climate change wreaks havoc in places like the Horn of Africa, for example, 2023 is becoming another year of dire consequences for global food security and nutrition. This graph here is showing you the prevalence of undernutrition around the world. This is showing you the world up here. You can see Africa, Asia, and Latin America. And this has been a rise in the prevalence of undernourishment, or those who go to bed hungry, over the last several years, with Africa particularly being hit hard. So there's a need for more resilient food systems. Well, what do we mean by that? Food systems means different things to different people. We know that we want to ensure available access and affordable foods for everyone. We want to produce those foods from sustainable and resilient food systems. We want to promote fair and equitable livelihoods, particularly those working in food systems. And we want our food systems to have co-benefits with nature. But when you ask, what do we mean by food systems resilience, you get different answers depending on who you are and where you are. For some, it means generosity. For others, it means justice, community, grace, reciprocity. So when we're talking about transforming our food systems to ensure they're more sustainable and resilient and fair, we have to ask, what do we mean by transformation? What do we mean by resilience? And it's different values for different people. And this is the food system. It's complex. There's many components. We have food supply chains. Food is produced, it's stored, it's processed, it's packaged, it moves around the world, and it hits markets. Components of food systems also are made up of food environments, the places where you and I shop every day to make choices about what we're going to eat. What kind of food is available? Is it affordable? What are the product properties? What are the vendor properties? What's the kind of advertising and marketing? And we are part of the food system. We bring our individual factors, our cognitive capacity, our aspirations, our situations to food environments. And all of this is influencing our behaviors in those food environments, our diets, the quantity, quality, and diversity, and outcomes, the environment, nutrition and health, economic, social equity outcomes. And food systems are being driven by many different factors: biophysical, climate, environment, income growth, politics, politicking, leadership, population growth, and migration. So managing this massive system where many work within and everyone interacts with on the planet is not an easy task. But we must transform food systems to ensure they're more resilient. We know that we will not achieve the Paris climate change targets if we do not address food systems. That means increasing yields, plant-dominant diet movements, healthy amounts of calories being consumed, cutting food loss and waste. And we need to do all of this, which is showing here this combined implementation, to have at least a fighting chance to stay below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We also have to change our food systems because inequities are deepening and plaguing progress. This is showing you a map of the percentage of the population who cannot afford a healthy diet. The darker brown being 75 to 100% of that population cannot afford a healthy diet, which you can see across sub-Saharan Africa, South and East Asia. Currently, 3.1 billion people cannot afford what is considered a healthy diet. That's incredible, that statistic. That's almost half of the world. We also need to shift food systems because the kinds of foods that are in high demand and growing are these unhealthy, what are sometimes called ultra-processed foods. Foods high in sugar, salts, and unhealthy fats, but also lots of chemicals for long shelf life and preservation. These foods are cheap, they're easily traded and moved around the world. And if you look at this graph, you can see by region, the sales of these foods are significantly growing around the world, particularly in places like Latin America, South and East Asia, and Africa. And this unaffordability of diets and diets becoming more and more highly processed, we now know that suboptimal diets are a major risk factor of death and disease, as you can see from this Global Burden of Disease report. And most of the dietary risk is due to cardiovascular disease, diabetes, stroke. And this is alarmingly concerning, being that diets are meant to nourish us, not kill us. And this has resulted in significant burdens of malnutrition around the world, in which no country has not been affected. It's universal and it's worsening. We have 735 million people who go to bed hungry. It's about 10% of the world's population. About 25% of children under the age of 5 are chronically undernourished or stunted. 45 million children who are acutely malnourished or wasted, putting them at very high risk of mortality. Another 37 million young children who are overweight, and 2.2 billion adults are overweight or obese. And even more, we have many populations who are suffering from acute food insecurity, much of this due to climate, conflict, and the long tail of COVID. You can see on the map some of these places where a significant number of people are dealing and suffering from acute food insecurity. Another reason we need to change is because the way food is produced has different environmental impacts. This is showing you different food groups in the different colors across the bars. So for example, staples are in gold. And this is showing you the environmental pressure of these food groups on the agriculture production system, looking at different environmental metrics. In 2010, business as usual, and 2050, business as usual. And you can see that the kinds of foods we produce, with animal products being the most in stress on greenhouse gas emissions. We've got cropland use, water use, and nitrogen and phosphorus applications. You can see that different food groups have different environmental stresses now and into the future by 2050. So the way we grow our food is having different environmental impacts, different impacts on land use change and water resources. And this has significant implications in the kinds of foods we choose to eat and the kind of foods that are grown. And we know that climate change is and will have impacts on crop yields of crops, the types of crops that can be grown and where they can be grown, and their nutritional quality. This map is showing you the decreasing yield shown in red of certain crops like rice and maize in the southern hemisphere, and blue or bumper crops like wheat and potato in the higher latitudes will see increases with a CO2 fertilization effect out to 2050. And this graph is a map is showing you modeling of key crop commodities and looking at the declines of iron and zinc with more CO2 in the atmosphere, and shows that many crops will suffer from declines of nutrients in their composition, and that will increase the risk of micronutrient deficiencies around the world, particularly for key micronutrients like iron and zinc, which are already difficult to obtain. But at the same time, we know that food systems are contributors to climate change and environmental degradation. Food systems contribute about 30% of total greenhouse gas emissions, and that comes from land use change. It also comes from the way we produce our food, emissions from fertilizer application, methane from cattle digestion, methane from rice, emissions from manure and pasture management, and some supply chain carbon dependent mechanisms. So food systems are not only victims of climate change, but they're contributing to climate change along with environmental degradation. We know that agriculture uses about 70% of all freshwater resources, and that agriculture are big contributors to biodiversity loss, both animal and plant species. And there's only a handful of economies that emit about half of the world's food system greenhouse gases. That includes the United States, Brazil, China, India, Indonesia, and the EU. So those countries have a much higher responsibility for reducing their greenhouse gas emissions coming from food systems. And of course, the types of diets we consume also matter. When we look at per capita food system greenhouse gas emissions coming from various different dietary patterns, and this is US dietary patterns, you can see the typical omnivorous diet produces a lot more greenhouse gases than, say, a vegan diet or a no red meat or a pescatarian or fish diet. So the kind of diet patterns that we consume as people have a big impact on greenhouse gas emissions. So how do we ensure that food systems are resilient? Well, I'm going to argue for about 7 things that we should consider. First, we need to harness the political momentum we have now, but we can't make these moments meaningless. We've had a lot of moments, the UN Food System Summit. We've had a decade of action on nutrition, decade of family farming. We've got the COPs. We have many moments, but we need to build on these moments and ensure that we can sustain attention to the food system crisis. The second thing we need to do is get over our staple fetish and diversify supply chains. We have so many crops for humans to consume, but we rely on just a handful of crops for most of our calories. Rice, maize, and wheat are the predominant crops that agriculture R&D focuses on. But we know that the diversity of crops that we have at our disposal could increase climate resilience and nutrition resilience. We also know that many of the local varieties of crops, traditional opportunity crops, once propagated in Asia and Africa, we are losing these for modern varieties that often lack genetic diversity. And the Ukraine-Russia crisis is a great example of this dependency on too few crops. Ukraine, Russia, very well known of big wheat producers, And when those two countries went to war, we saw a complete upending of the global food system. Maybe it's time to think about diversifying our food crops, diversifying the kind of countries we rely on for food around the world to ensure we're not dependent on just a handful of countries to feed us. The third thing we need to do is provide adaptation support and tools for for food system actors, particularly small producers, small scale producers, smallholder farmers. The number of people who work in the food systems, either informally or formally, is somewhere between 4.5 billion. FAO is working on those figures. But we know that small farms produce about 75% of food in sub-Saharan Africa, South Asia, and Southeast Asia. And of that, they're producing the majority of the micronutrients. And why is that? Well, their landscapes are diverse. They're growing lots of different foods across those systems. So we need to think for small-scale farmers and producers and other food actors, we need to provide innovative tools and information to help them adapt to a changing climate. It's key so they can continue to produce nutrients and nutritious foods and get them to markets and places where these foods can be grown. For the large-scale actors, we need to incentivize them to produce more nutritious, sustainable, cheap, and convenient foods. Part of that will be invigorating youth to work and invest in food systems with new technologies and learn from elder food system experts. This is showing you a graph by Mario Herrero and colleagues of these smallholder producers that produce most of the nutrients in the food supply. So they are injecting a lot of diversity into their systems, and that diversity is often a nutrient diverse system. The fourth way we need to transform is understand how local foodscapes influence healthy and sustainable diets. Geography, place, and urban and landscapes are influencing what food is grown and where, the biodiversity, and the foods that are available and accessible. We have a project called Food Flows, which is trying to understand the importance of wild food environments like rivers and how climate change is impacting rivers, these moving food environments and riverine communities in the Mekong region. There's also pastoralists, those who roam with their animals. They too are moving food environments. They're often moving to get access to land for grazing, water, feed. Climate change is altering their livelihoods and their ability to survive. So we need to understand how these communities are engaging with natural resources, the constraints that they're under, and their ability to ensure that they have food security. The fifth area we need to focus on is promoting stronger governance of food environments and actors for better access and information. Things like taxes on sugar-sweetened beverages, food-based dietary guidelines, school meal programs. There's a lot that can be done to ensure that every day people can get better access to nutritious and sustainable diets. 53 countries have introduced a tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. 90 countries have a food-based dietary guideline. 85 countries have a school meal program. Why isn't this with every country? Why doesn't every country have these policies in place? So we need to increase food access to diverse and nutritious foods at local levels and in public institutions like school meal programs and hospitals. We need to introduce regulations to incentivize sustainable food choices through lower prices and disincentivize unhealthy and unsustainable foods through taxation. And we need to support policy measures and awareness programs to engage and involve consumers to encourage healthy and sustainable diets. We did a project looking at where we evaluated the environment and health impacts of 57,000 food products in UK chain supermarkets. And this is just in the UK, but can we do this for other countries, other supermarkets? By providing information not only on the nutritional composition of foods, but the environmental impact score, you give consumers so much more information that could help in them making decisions about healthy and sustainable food choices. We also need to ensure that evidence and data helps policymakers make informed decisions. We have something called the Food Systems Dashboard that presents key data in visually appealing ways that's easy for policymakers to understand. We've also created diagnostics in which policymakers can go to the dashboard and look at the status and performance of their food system. Where are they doing well? Are they doing well in supply chains, but not so well in nutrition and environment outcomes? This performance or diagnostic of country food systems helps policymakers understand how their food systems are faring and where they need to take immediate decisions. We've also developed something called the Food Systems Countdown to 2030 initiative. It's a collaborative effort to monitor global food systems around the world. It brings together 50 indicators that span food systems and provides annual analysis to inform policy, business, and NGO priorities and actions across food systems. It's meant to be an accountability framework that everyone can track to monitor food system action. And the last thing we need to do is grapple with the multiple elephants in the room. When we talk about food systems, we're talking about politics, politicking, conflicts of interest. There's a lot of fracturing in the global food system architecture. We need to figure out how to grapple with these more soft, diffuse issues like imbalances of power, conflicts of interest, stymieing human rights and equity, inability to effectively engage and the capacity to govern food systems. We need to build a more supportive political environment around food systems and prioritize that, because as we saw with the UN Food Systems Summit, there was a lot of fracturing and disagreement on the governance side of the Food Systems Summit. And I think my last slide is, we can't just invest in one thing. It has to be a host of interventions across food systems, along with an underpinning of better global food governance and cohesion. Here's just some examples of the variety of interventions that we need to take across agriculture production, processing and transport to avoid food loss and waste, and the different areas where we can inject more sustainability and nutrition across the supply chain, improving food environments, the places where people shop every day, and labeling and promotion of healthy foods. We need to do all of this well if we want to truly transform our food system, and this will require significant investment and better governance towards food system resilience. Thank you so much.
Move to the last presentation in our plenary session, presented by Tobias Plenninger from the University of Kassel in Germany, where he is a professor in social ecological interactions at the University of both Göttingen and the University of Kassel, and Dean of Research at the Faculty of Organic Agricultural Sciences in the University of Kassel. He is a sustainability scientist with a commitment to inter- and transdisciplinary research in the social ecological interface, dealing with people, nature, and landscapes. In particular, he studies rural landscape change, ecosystem services, and sustainability transformations. He is a member of the Academia Europaea, a lead author in transformative change assessment, and associate editor of several international journals. Apart from having co-authored several books, he has more than 200 research papers and has been recognized as a highly cited researcher. So please, Tobias, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for the nice introduction. that I think made it already clear that I'm not an animal scientist, and I'm very grateful that I was invited to provide an external perspective as, let's say, a critical friend, as I'm well aware that animal science is a key discipline when it comes to the transformation of agriculture to sustainability. The central argument that I want to raise in my presentation is that we need new modes of science to move agriculture into sustainable pathways. In my view, this implies that research needs to focus on scaling back the intensity of animal production, while at the same time broadening out, strengthening a broader range of functions that livestock raising actually can contribute to society. Over the next 25 minutes, I will showcase some ideas for a social ecological research agenda for the agricultural sciences that will be structured into 3 parts. Namely the understanding of systemic interactions, the understanding of competing development agendas, and the understanding of transformations in concrete contexts. And I will come back in a few minutes on what these terms actually mean. I will try to illustrate these building blocks of an agricultural sustainability science with a few examples from my research group. You are probably well aware of this now almost iconic graph that a group of scientists has published some years ago. What it depicts are indicators for the so-called great acceleration. On the left side, you see socio-economic trends. On the right side, you see Earth system trends that our planet has experienced over the past decades and centuries. You see for the socio-economic indicators, for example, the growth of energy use, the number of construction of large dams, or the increase in global fertilizer consumption. For the indicators of Earth systems trends, you see, for instance, the increase of greenhouse gases, loss rates of tropical forests, or the acidification of oceans. What all these trends obviously have in common, that there is an exponential growth that brought us into what Nobel laureate Paul Crutzen, that you see depicted on this image, has called the Anthropocene, the era of our planet in which humankind has become a fundamental geological force. You have seen a variation of this graph of the planetary boundaries earlier this morning. Transgression of safe and just Earth system boundaries is a consequence of the great acceleration that our planet has experienced. And in this likewise almost iconic graph, you see just some of the major boundaries that have already been transgressed when it comes to nutrient cycles of phosphorus and nitrogen, when it comes to use of surface water, of groundwater, or when it comes to integrity of natural ecosystems. IPBES, the Intergovernmental Panel on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, in its various assessments actually came to quite similar conclusions and identified, for example, dramatic extinction rates of wild animals and plant species, but also dramatic declines in the biomass or abundance of wild resources as consequences of this transgression. We are all well aware, and that's the topic of today, that agricultural and food systems are part of the problem and a relevant driver of these processes. Philip Loring, a Canadian human ecologist, recently described food systems as wreaking havoc on our climate, landscapes, and seascapes, and argued that features such as the use of synthetic fertilizers and pesticides, complex technologies, supply chains, and so on would actually mask these processes of degradation. And that is not only the opinion of an individual. For example, just a few months ago in this spring, the German Science Council, which is the most influential science policy committee in my country, released a report on the state of the agricultural and food system sciences. The council chose more matter-of-factly words than Loring, but came to relatively similar conclusions by describing the current agricultural and food systems as fundamentally dysfunctional in many respects. However, the Anthropocene does not have to be dystopian under all circumstances, and there are a number of initiatives that have developed visions for and also pathways towards a so-called good Anthropocene. Agricultural and food systems play an important role here. For example, on the right side, you see the six pillars of the UN Global Sustainable Development Report for Sustainable Development, and the building of sustainable food systems and healthy nutrition patterns is obviously one of these central pillars. Of course, agriculture and food contribute also to the other pillars, such as the shift towards sustainable and just economies, or sustaining the global environmental commons. But how exactly can agriculture contribute to a good Anthropocene? That's the question of the symposium today. And here I have one slide from a report from the German government's Advisory Council on Global Environmental Change that I think takes up many of the ideas that have been expressed earlier this morning as well, by calling out for so-called multiple benefit strategies for agriculture, arguing that agricultural land is too scarce and that the demand is too high, that pursuing objectives of food production, of climate mitigation, of biodiversity conservation, and so on could be carried out in isolation and in separation from each other. Multiple benefit strategies include a broad range of components. Agroecology as a meta-concept has been highlighted by previous speakers already. However, there are many more components, from climate-smart agriculture to agroforestry, agrophotovoltaics, conservation agriculture, and so on. The German Advisory Council also points out that there's a need for adaptation of such strategies to the local context. In this graph on the right side, you see that the vision of this council is that agriculture, called industrial agriculture, for example, in the EU and other countries of the global north, would need an ecological transformation with a reduction in the intensity of production, while agriculture, especially in countries in the global south, would need actually an intensification pathway for agriculture. Approaches similar to such multi-benefit strategies have also been summarized under notions such as sustainable landscape management, integrated landscape management, or simply landscape approaches, or the landscape approach, some people prefer to say, that has been spearheaded on the global policy agenda by UNEP, by FAO, also by several research institutes, for example, several CGIAR institutes. Landscape approaches define shared management objectives in landscapes and impose multiple benefits at the same time. By that, they identify land use practices that are multifunctional, that contribute to multiple objectives. They identify and manage synergies and trade-offs between different objectives and land uses in landscapes, and also have a look at markets, policy, and programs, and maybe most importantly, initiated collaborative processes among a broad suite of stakeholders. Integrated landscape management or sustainable landscape management has been broadly taken up, and there are now hundreds, if not thousands, of local to regional initiatives across the world that have implemented sustainable landscape managements, landscapes, as it's sometimes being said, that simultaneously serve for people, food, and nature. A transformation to sustainability requires also a transformation of science, says the International Sciences Council. The debate about how to make science meaningful for society is not exactly new. However, I have to say, since throughout my career I have heard from time to time discussions about mode 1, mode 2 science, and so on. In this recent report, however, the International Science Council argues that the traditional, and they mean by that the disciplinary model of science, is suffering, and I'll be interested to hear if you agree for that when it comes to animal science, that there would be intense competition, an absence of trustful relationships with stakeholders, and a siloed science funding. What, according to this council, is missing is a new model of science that caters directly to societal needs, and that would be achieved by co-creating actionable knowledge and finding solutions tailored to the intricate sustainability issues as identified by stakeholders at different levels, from the local to the global. Similar thoughts, though more specifically expressed about the agricultural and food sciences, have been expressed in the aforementioned report of the German Science Council. The German Science Council also considers the disciplinary fragmentation of this research field a problem. It calls for a reorientation of the entire field. And by next year, everybody in the German community is a bit nervous these days, as the Science Council will provide each agriculture and food science faculty in Germany also with an evaluation that may have quite substantial consequences. The two keywords in this report are, on the one hand, systems approaches, on the other hand, transformative perspectives. The Science Council also calls for cross-disciplinary integration and co-creation of socially robust scientific knowledge through stakeholder engagement into the research process. I would like to add to these reports that such integration critical needs to include perspectives also from the humanities and the social sciences that, in my perception, apart from economics, are often too little present in the agricultural sciences and probably specifically in animal science as well. We need these disciplines to move the discussion about food beyond purely technical aspects of carbon emissions, of productivity, of efficiency, as important as these are. Don't understand me wrong. But as Philip Loring, for example, says, often unmasked questions are, for example, of how a technical solution will affect the connection among people, their food and where that food comes from, the places. Also, how may a solution affect who has control over and who can participate in food production and distribution? Questions of power have also been emphasized by Jennifer in the previous presentation. So this basically refers to addressing more strongly issues of societal values, conflicts, and power. In a recent paper from a group here depicted on the right, we argue that such questions matter as food and agricultural production, and also livestock in particular, fulfill societal functions that extend far beyond nutrition and income. And I was happy to hear from the president of Copa Cobeca in the morning, for example, that she also really is aware of these multiple functions that livestock provides to society, not only for providing nutrition and income, but also for generating social capital. Reciprocity has been a keyword mentioned before, trust, creation of cooperation, of functioning resource governance, and so on. Livestock is also fundamental in shaping local cultures and identity, heritage, food, culinary traditions, and so on. And finally, food in the end, and also livestock is one of the closest links that we as humans actually have to nature. And these links can have many different dimensions, for example, also spiritual ones. So in the remainder of this talk, I will get more specific of how a social ecological perspective to understanding land management problems may actually look like. I will underpin this perspective, as I said already, with a few empirical examples of place-based research from my group. According to this social ecological perspective, the types of knowledge to be created are often divided into systems knowledge that refers to the understanding of the systemic components of a sustainability challenge or problem. Second category is so-called target knowledge, that is about understanding diverging visions around a problem. And finally, transformative or transformational knowledge that deals with how to transform actually a system towards a more desirable state. Such research perspective has been broadly taken up also in science networks, such as the program on ecosystem change in society that is pursuing or promoting a place-based transdisciplinary research perspective on in sustainability science, also the Global Land Program that tries to spearhead an interdisciplinary land use science. As for creating systems knowledge, the Global Sustainable Development Report, from whom I borrowed this classification, particularly calls for an understanding of the synergies and trade-offs that complex social ecological systems produce, most notably interactions between different sustainable development goals, from good health and well-being, zero hunger, to life above and below water, and so on. In a first empirical example, a pan-European study, we generated a wall-to-wall map of the patterns and also the changes, the trajectories of land systems, of agricultural and forest land systems across Europe. And with this example, I want to highlight that farming can be understood as well as a social ecological systems, and that interactions between its different components can be influential, for example, in regard to how monofunctional or multifunctional such farming system is. Building on the increasing availability of spatially explicit land use data sets in Europe, we use self-organizing map techniques, but also expert knowledge to integrate land cover and land use intensity information, and could by that create such maps of the major trends in Europe's land systems, such as a certain decline of grassland yields that we found especially in the eastern part of the European Union, and also some trends of a de-intensification of livestock farming in parts of the UK, in northern France, the Netherlands, and also some parts of northern Germany. Zooming in to the level of landscapes or particular land use systems, I would highlight this study that is dedicated to a traditional livestock-based system, wood pastures, that once were common across Europe. In this study, we assumed a social ecological perspective that considered interactions between different users of this resource, the different resource units, livestock, trees, and so on, and also the different resource and governance systems. We compared how wood pasture systems in countries with different levels of economic development in Europe, from Romania to Spain to Sweden, provided wood pasture ecosystem services differently. For example, in this flower plot on the left side, you see the provision of ecosystem services from a wood pasture system in Östergötland region of central Sweden. You see in red that cultural ecosystem services, the support of outdoor recreation, of hunting and so on, has become very important, together with a relatively intensive type of animal and forestry production. Based on this identification or measurements of ecosystem services, we also identify trade-offs between land use interests and between ecosystem services, and, for example, could show that single commodity production that focuses only on one product in wood pastures comes at the expense, for example, of many regulating ecosystem services, and in turn leads to an increased dependence on external inputs of fertilizers and so on. Specifically for animal production, we also found that increases in intensity typically create trade-offs with the multifunctionality of the system. Another example of social ecological interactions from a recent PhD project in our group. We heard in the overview about livestock, the livestock sector in France already, about geographic indication labels and their importance in France, and I would add most notably also in other Mediterranean countries in Europe. Geographic indications, a group of labels for increasing market values of geographically distinct food products, most typically wine, other alcoholic beverages, but also a number of animal products, ham, cheese, milk, and so on. In this study, we were interested in a spatial perspective and looked at if there are actually interactions between the intensity that such geographic indication labels are present in certain farming regions of Europe with certain social ecological landscape values. And with this correlation exercise, we were actually quite surprised to find relatively strong interactions between the density or the number of protected designations of origin labels in a farming region with social ecological landscape values, as, for example, measured or expressed through the amount of farmland of high nature value that is found in a region, or of the cover of semi-natural area agriculture, the intensity of rural tourism, or also the number of cultural heritage sites in an area. We were not yet able to establish the precise causalities for that, and fortunately recently just got a funding notice for an EU project in which we want to follow up on that, but concluded that obviously PDO products may act as entry points for sustainable transformation and for rural development policies in agricultural landscapes. Now for the second type of target knowledge, the Global Sustainable Development Reports calls for the identification of how values and interests of powerful actors and of the rules and incentives that could enable collaboration among or towards common sustainable development goals should be assessed. And clearly, agriculture and livestock raising are very much exposed to diverging values of different stakeholders with consequences on sustainability. Another landscape level example that takes you to the remote Faroe Islands, part of the Kingdom of Denmark and situated in the northeast Atlantic. The Faroe Islands have a centuries-old history of sheep farming on the islands, and until today you find higher sheep numbers than people, and also a great attachment of people to livestock, to sheep specifically. But the Faroe Islands are developing socially and economically rapidly, I think more rapidly than Denmark, to which they belong. And although many residents own sheep themselves, the views of the public on livestock are changing, as our qualitative analysis of narratives on sheep husbandry on the Faroes revealed. The traditional narrative would have been that sheep were always part of the Faroese cultural history, of the landscape, of the identity of the people, of the culinary heritage, and so on. But as our interviews turned out, increasingly residents also express concerns that there would be too many sheep, and that this would in turn cause overgrazing and soil erosion on the rangelands of the island. Some people also increasingly subscribe to narratives, to visions that there should be nature without sheep, that people would want to rewild the Faroe Islands. And then there were also people, car drivers, for example, who mainly perceived sheep as a nuisance, as they are causing accidents on roads or are perceived as polluting the landscape. So it is a responsibility, I think, also of all of us to keep these changing narratives in mind and to have a look at the deeper social values of society to livestock. The next example takes you to a totally different context, this time not related to livestock, to crop cultivation in the Mediterranean region, where the climate crisis calls for drought-adapted farming practices. Minimum or no tillage, or so-called conservation agriculture, is something that is promoted intensively by funding programs, also by researchers. But similarly to sheep on the Faroe Islands, the views of farmers on such new practices are divergent. So we performed a study in an ongoing project in 3 countries, in Morocco, in Tunisia, and in Spain, and we tried to reveal the mental models of farmers towards soil management and soil values. And we compared farmers who are practicing minimum or no tillage with farmers who are practicing conventional tillage. And just in a very short example, what we foresight, scenario development, visioning exercise are an important component of transformative sustainability science. Here you see an example of different scenarios for the future of farmlands of high nature value, so-called HNV farmlands in Europe. A type of farming system, many of you will be familiar with that, that includes, for instance, pastoral systems in the Alps or multifunctional agroforestry in the Mediterranean region. These low-intensity farming systems, often including a livestock component, cover almost a third of European farmlands. They support a rich biodiversity, but are in strong decline across Europe due to multiple social and economic pressures, which means that there's a strong need to define pathways that secure their future viability. So we performed an expert pan-European scenario exercise. We elaborated in a detailed process a range of plausible future scenarios for HNV farmlands, ranging from the left side to a rewilding scenario that we called back to nature, to the right side to an intensification scenario of conversion into production farmlands, but with an interest to actually keep this middle range intensity of high nature value farming systems and to find viable pathways for them. Ideas that came out of the scenario exercise was a highlight especially on the role of social innovations, of technological innovations, as high nature value farming has not been considered very well by innovations recently, and also of economic diversification. Another very practical example, and that has also been mentioned already earlier today, of how livestock can assume new functions for society. Mediterranean mountains are experiencing frequent and intensive wildfires, and this is not only a consequence of droughts or the climate crisis, but also of widespread land abandonment. In regions like here, Extremadura of southwest Spain, where our study was carried out, Local pastoralists have been joining for quite a few years already other land managers and developed community-based efforts to mitigate wildfires through integrated landscape management. By that, the idea is to prevent wildfires through livestock grazing that would reduce fuel loads. And by that, achieve not only prevention of wildfires, but also would contribute to rural development and to nature conservation objectives. Our study of such model initiatives suggested that programs to reduce wildfire risk through integrated landscape management can also be used as a leverage point for financial rural revival and provision of multiple ecosystem services, and that these typically need to take livestock grazing at center. Agricultural rewilding through livestock systems is a similar strategy for fulfilling new societal demands through livestock. A last and more conceptual vision for sustainability transformations introduces the idea of landscape products. Here we argue that for food to contribute to broad sustainability issues, we need not only to reduce the environmental harm of agricultural commodity production, we need to do that as well, of course, and that has been done by what we called in this study the sustainable commodities approach that focused on sustainable intensification, on supply chain, reorganization, industry standards, and so on. But rather, this paper called for nature-positive approaches, for approaches given that we are in the UN decade of ecosystem restoration, approaches that do something for the better, that change sustainability in the landscapes of production. And there are many examples, time-tested examples out. For example, biodiversity-rich Sado land use systems of Japan, where rice is grown, or jamón ibérico in the Iberian Peninsula, a product of the traditional Dehesa agroforestry system of Spain, that links a geographic origin in a distinct, valuable landscape with low input management, traditional ecological knowledge, and high quality and often also highly priced goods. Our vision is that such a landscape products lens could improve food systems by fostering sustainability strategies and standards that are place sensitive and could by that mitigate conflicts between food production, justice, and the environment. We have some hope that maybe also new EU regulations such as the one to cut deforestations where commodities imported to the EU market should follow mandatory due diligence rules that includes also cattle or soy, may represent an opportunity for livestock-based landscape products based on the use of local resources. I don't know, and thus reduce the level of imported deforestation. Key needs for such vision of landscape products being widely taken up include a reinforcement of the shared appreciation of landscape products. That's a task mainly for civil society, context-dependent and place-sensitive sustainability standards and food policies, a task for businesses but also for governments, and multi-sector collaboration that extends across governments and businesses and capitalizes on landscape products' multifunctionalities. I come to my last slide and I'm finished in less than a minute, I hope. So in
Yeah, because we have one spare chair, so that's perfect. Okay, so yes, please, ladies and gentlemen, can I make it to the end? So thanks very much for coming back for this general discussion of the plenary session. And we are really sorry about this little delay. But I think we will have a very fruitful discussion. I guess you might have some questions after the presentations from our three speakers. As I said before, Dr. Jessica Fanso couldn't come here to Lyon, but we will have Tobias Plenninger, who gave the second talk and the third talk, and Hervé Guillaumat, who gave us the economic perspective of regarding the issue of how to feed the world without depleting its resources. So I think we have had a very nice overview of the social, economic, and environmental challenges and the different trade-offs that we might have when we apply different policies at the global, the regional, or the local level. So if you have questions, please come to the microphone, which is located here in the lower part of the amphitheater, and please identify yourself before making that question. I think we already have one. Thanks.
Hi, Christopher Orrit from CRV. European agricultural organisations have some of the most progressive strategies in the world with regards to addressing the challenges of climate change. Not just the farms, but the feed, pharmacology and genetic organisations that supply them. Some of the policies already under implementation could result in a contraction of up to 20% of various agricultural sectors such as cattle, which will cause a lot of smaller organisations to collapse. Is there a risk by decimating European agricultural businesses that we become reliant on businesses outside of Europe with less progressive policies, ultimately harming our ability to respond to climate change and directly increasing methane intensity in animal production?
I'm sorry, with the echo, we couldn't understand very well the last question, so could you please repeat it? And because we have some echo here and it's very difficult.
Is there a risk that by decimating European agricultural businesses in the animal sector, that we risk becoming reliant on organisations outside of Europe with less progressive policies, directly increasing methane intensity with regards to animal production, but also the companies that provide the genetics, the pharmacology, and the feed that have more resilience built into them?
I don't know if I can really answer to your point. The fact is that at least from my point of view as an agricultural economics, that we have to change the system. The food system in the EU, they are not sustainable, and we have to change diets. And there is also a political will, in fact, at the EU level, but for the moment, there is, at least from my point of view again, no translation, in fact, of this political ambition or political will, if you want, in concrete policy. And the most important thing for me is to change behavior of for producer, for consumer, also for actors of the whole food chain. And there is no incentive, in fact, to change this behavior. And if you do not change this behavior, I think it will be impossible to achieve more sustainable and healthier food system in the EU. And the problem is that we know the issue, the problem, and we have to translate that in concrete policy, and you have to constrain, in fact, all actors of the food chain to change their behavior. And for the moment, for me, it's largely insufficient to change. There is no sufficient change. I don't know if I answer correctly to your point, because I'm not sure to well understand the beginning of your question. But in fact, we observe that in the EU, but also in other developed countries. And for the moment, for me, at least many actors have no interest in changing things, and without strong policy, they will not change in a sufficiently important way, in fact, to increase, in fact, the sustainability of food system. You want to add something?
Respond if he...
He's here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, it's for you.
Go, carry on.
No, I don't have...
Carry on with the answer.
You go ahead, please, if you want.
Yeah.
So I think one of the challenges is in the Netherlands, we've seen policies already with the purchase of dairy farm in particular, as announced by the Dutch government, which will result in a contraction of the industry and also a loss of some of the research and development that depends upon the income from those farms. And what we've seen is kind of the stick, but no carrot, no real drive to subsidize the organizations that depend upon that income, and it just seems a bit reactionary and not very structured.
Yeah, just a point after. Yes, but the stick, if you want, in the Netherlands, it's small, as you know, I suppose. Yeah? And the problem is that, for example, within the common agricultural policies, there is a lot of subsidies, a lot of direct aid, and so on. But every member state doesn't want to change, in fact, the way the large mass, in fact, of direct aid are provided to farmers. And they have to change that and to give, in fact, correct incentive to farmers to change their practices and their system. And the problem is, for example, is that in the Netherlands, in France, in Spain, perhaps not in Germany, in fact, they prefer to maintain the status quo and not change, in fact, practices and system. This is my point of view.
Yeah, I would fully agree with you, Hervé, that I feel this is a drama, but a drama that has been caused by just continuing business as usual for too long and ignoring that societal change is taking place, defending things as they were, and then, of course, you come to some threshold at some point, and then things will move rapidly, and then the consequences can easily not be manageable so well as we see in the Netherlands. I find that interesting that, yeah, also as I mentioned, cultural traditions, cultural values of livestock in my presentation, yeah, that how the role that these traditions and the cultural values play, as far as I understand, in this debate, right, as farmers are emphasizing that they have been in this business over generations for hundreds of years, and so on. So traditions can sometimes also become a barrier to necessary change, and the only way out that I would see would be reliability from the state, giving really a long time horizon, and yeah, also participatory form. It's really, and in other regards, the Netherlands have been quite good in doing that. I would say in a regionalization of agri-environmental targets, for example, and trying to develop joint visions, although while being sure that there will always be losers in such processes.
Yes, Philippe Cheminot from past president Eaap. Even though I'm maybe a little bit abrupt, as far as I know, all public policies to fight against pesticides and to fight against obesity have failed. So my question is very simple. Is there in the world any country who succeed in transforming its agriculture toward agroecology and diet towards more sustainability? Do we have an example, only one example, of a country who did that and who succeeded in doing that?
Good point, Philippe. Starting, in fact, from the case of the EU and EU member states. As you know perfectly, there is a common agricultural policy. So there is something at the EU level, in fact, for the agricultural sector. But there is nothing, in fact, at the EU level for consumer. There is only information, but not a real strong policy. And so member states are reluctant, in fact, in using taxes, for example, to change behavior, even if they are trying to apply in France, in the United Kingdom, in Denmark, in Germany. But there is nothing, in fact, at the EU level. And so to try to answer to your point, there is some example in the EU or in the US where they are trying, in fact, to reduce the consumption of fat, the consumption of animal products by taxes. But for the moment, this is low, in fact, small policy or not strong policy. But if you want to change, in fact, behavior in developed country, you have to apply much more higher level of taxes. There is no country at the EU level for the moment, at least again from my point of view, or as far as I know, where there is a strong link between supply and demand policy. Every country considers that there is something, in fact, for the actual sector and something for consumer, and there is no link, in fact, or strong link between consumption and production and taking into account the whole food chain.
If I may add, well, in the literature, I'm also struggling with finding something at country level. In the literature, you read sometimes about the case of Cuba and the agroecological transition that was fostered not by intendedly, but more out of necessity with the fall of the Soviet Union. But I don't know this case very well. So I would also have a hard time finding countries, but would say at the level of regions, you may be more successful in your search, and you may find time-tested, but also new models that work out, so that the challenge is maybe more the scaling up these regional level approaches really to the level of a country or the European Union as a whole.
Here on the, yeah, from in Rai, France. We've been talking about sustainability for the last 2 days here. And sustainability is really about something about the future. And if we look back, have we been sustainable over the last thousands of years? I would say perhaps yes, we're still here. Do you agree with that? Have we been sustainable so far? And the issues of sustainability change over the years. If you look after the Second World War, it was producing food in Europe, in the world. What will be the issues for sustainability 50 years from now? Will they still be the same as we see them now, or will they be different?
Absolutely. As you say, we are still here. So I would say humanity has been successful in some regard, but I would also fully agree that understandings of sustainability and sustainable land management change over time and need to be adapted. I'm originally a forester by training, and for example, one prime case that is often made in forestry is the Lüneburger Heide, Lüneburg heathlands, a prominent biodiversity-rich heathland in northern Germany where many botanists and other people travel to, and it's nowadays, I think it was one of the first protected areas, but the history of these heathlands is unsustainable land use because the villagers went into the forest and took out the litter for their livestock and so on. So by that, I would just like to highlight what used to be unsustainable in the past may be considered sustainable today or vice versa. And who knows what is on the agenda in 50 years from now.
From an economic point of view, if you want, the main problem is that for the moment when you want to buy, I don't know, a bottle of water, for example, you do not take into account in the price the indirect effect, in fact, of producing this bottle of water. It's the same for wine, for butter, for what you want, but also for television. And so the economic system doesn't take into account what we call public goods or public bads. And if you do not include, in fact, public goods and public bads in the price of things, there is no reason to see changes in behavior at a sufficient level to change the things. And for the moment, nobody, more or less nobody, doesn't want, in fact, to include public goods and public bads in the price of things. So it's rather pessimistic. But if you want to change, again, I repeat, we have to change behavior. And the price is a better way to change behaviors.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Phil Garnsworthy from United Kingdom. I've got a couple of points I want to raise about the first talk. The first one's about the fundamental sort of looking at grassland and ruminants production. You said that we need to reduce ruminant production so as to reduce methane emissions. That was the main bit of it. But it totally ignores the carbon sequestration by grassland and the fact that we can't use grassland for growing arable crops as an alternative in a lot of regions. So there is a kind of a problem there. And grassland actually sequesters more carbon than trees do over the shorter period. So if you've got permanent grassland, then if you get rid of animals, what's going to happen to that? So that's my first point. But then you mentioned supply and demand just now, and I couldn't understand your final numbers where you said that if we reduce the amount of ruminant products consumed, then the price for the consumer will go down. Now, normally it's the other way around, that if there's a low price, then consumption goes up. So are we in danger of having policies to reduce ruminant production, and we actually reduce the price of ruminant products, so therefore consumption goes up and you end up where we are now, because everybody likes to eat meat?
Okay, thank you. For your first point, I agree with you, and we have complementary work where we take into account, in fact, the carbon sinks in grassland and so on. So this is a very good, in fact, presentation, and we have to take into account not only gross emission, but also net emission, to take into account the balance between gross and net. I agree with you. What we would like to highlight, in fact, is that in some country, given the way, in fact, we define or healthy diets are defined, this will imply, in fact, increase in grassland needed, in fact, for that production. Or you have to manage the things with import and increasing import, but the problem is economic if you want to increase import. With okay, but I can give you other references if you want where this is developed. With respect to your second point, what we call combined scenario. That is, we assume that on the supply side, there is a decrease in the use of pesticide, chemical, etc. It is what I call agroecology, and it's more agroecology practices, if you want. The second level, we decrease, in fact, food waste and losses along the food chain. And the third level, we assume that there is a change in preferences leading, in fact, to a decrease in meat consumption. And we replace the decrease in the consumption, the decrease in the consumption of meat product by an increase, in fact, in the consumption of plant product. And so there is a decrease in the price of ruminant and monogastric product because the negative demand effect induces, in fact, the price decrease. And the demand effect is more important than the supply effect. Okay?
Yeah, I understand that, but you're assuming we can change people's preference, and people like to eat meat. As countries get more affluent, as people get more affluent, they eat more meat. So I'm not sure how you're going to turn people against eating meat and therefore want them to eat more vegetables rather than meat. So, you know, it's just an observation.
I agree with you. And so it's the reason why we have also another paper where we, instead of changing, in fact, food preferences, we apply taxes and subsidies. So the problem is that if you want to change, in fact, behavior to reduce significantly the consumption of meat, you have to apply, in fact, very high level of taxes, say on beef meat, on pork meat, if you want, more than 80% the level of taxes. And so we are also working on how it's possible, in fact, to compensate, in fact, consumer spending, which is increasing in the case you have high taxes. The problem is that you can imagine a lot of scenarios, and so we are working on that with other people that also that work on that.
That's exactly the opposite of what you said. So if you put high taxes, the price to the consumer goes up, whereas you said the price to the consumer goes down. I can see that might come from reduced wastage, but not from increasing taxes won't lower the price to the consumer.
It depends, in fact, of the policy you use or the assumption you are making to reduce the consumption of meat.
Yes, Clément Garçon, INRAE at DCO. You mentioned about the problems of disciplinary science, and here, for example, it's a congress of only animal science, with people working on different species and having difficulties to communicate sometimes, or people like working on nutrition or genetics and having difficulties to communicate. And as you are two people from backgrounds that are relatively different from animal science, I wanted to know what's your perspective, opinion on that, connecting disciplines, and especially for disciplines that are very far away, like economics or more societal things, like how you would make more bridges in between disciplines to have like working together.
Well, I can maybe tell a little bit from my career. As I mentioned, I'm from a completely different field. I came from areas like forestry and landscape planning and have now been at Uni Göttingen and Uni Kassel in agricultural sciences departments. In Göttingen, I'm with the agricultural economics department, which is a dynamic department. But indeed, I noticed that agroeconomics, please correct me if my observation is wrong, is a relatively traditional discipline. And my impression, just what I see here from animal science and what I know from my colleagues in Göttingen and Kassel, is also, as you say, it's a traditional discipline. A discipline, as I mentioned, the word transformation is everywhere, I think, in Germany, also in the agricultural sciences right now. So everybody is clear that, yeah, also in the agricultural sciences, business as usual cannot go on, that science is changing, that expectations are growing. There's maybe sometimes, as you say, not so much experience, although when presenting, I was also thinking that this UN report is maybe more focused on the United States, other countries, simply by the fact that there have been generations of EU-funded research programs. I would suspect that also animal scientists have heard something about engaging with actors, co-creating knowledge with those who have a stake in livestock raising and so on. My recipe for success also in agricultural economics has been that if you look at traditional parameters of scientific performance, like research projects and high impact publications and so on, interdisciplinary sustainability science is strongly on the rise. So if you want, as a young agricultural scientist, to build a career, I think I really encourage young people to go more strongly into these interdisciplinary pathways, as it's not only good for society. I feel also increasingly it helps much better making you a name in science.
Just a quick response. I was, like Xavier, head of the division of economic and social science at INRAE 20 years ago now. And I think we have made a lot of progress in terms of collaboration, cooperation, and so on. And that this for economists, the main issue is to recognize, in fact, the work of economics who are working with other science. And for the moment, it's not so clear. For example, you have always a choice to work with people in animal science, in crop science, and so on. So to work in large team and so on, or to do something in economics, and so to compare with people who are working in economics and publish in economics in general. And for the moment, for your career, it's still better to compare with other economics than to work with other science, crop and animal and so on. And things that we are trying to change, but we have an effort to do to change more that point of view.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think we are running a bit late in time, so we should have to close the debate. But I think that the last points you made about collaboration between these different disciplines of research can be extrapolated into the whole debate and the different stakeholders that should be included in this debate about governance of food systems in order to provide solutions that, while they are the silver bullet, because there seems to be no silver bullet for this, can help us move forward in the right direction. So I would like to thank very much our speakers for their presentations today, and also all of you for your questions. Thanks very much. Then I change places, and we move to the next part of our plenary today. Sorry, oops. Which will be the presentation of the Leroy Award. As you heard yesterday at the welcome and award ceremony, the Leroy Award is the most prestigious award presented by the EAP to scientists who has a very outstanding profile in the field of animal science and who has significantly contributed to EAP activities, and our very deserving 2023 Leroy awardee is Hans Solkner. Hans is a professor of animal breeding and population genetics at the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Vienna, in Austria. He's an animal geneticist and livestock breeder with an interest in high and low-tech solutions, with genomics amongst the first and simple community-based breeding programs and work in developing countries in the second case. Hans has been involved in animal science research since the 80s, and his work has focused primarily on the genetic improvement of livestock. He has served the EAP also in many ways. In scientific terms, he has always been involved in the Animal Genetics Commission, but also from the internal management point of view. He was member of the Council representing Austria, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Croatia, and Slovenia, and has also acted as the EAP Vice President for Science until 2021. And he has been very supportive, as I think he's going to talk us about later, about the EAP PhD partnership. So congratulations, Hans, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Isabel. So today that I have words to talk to you, I would like to thank the Council for nominating me for this award, all the members of you, and I think thank you very much for this one, and of course also big thanks to Krista for appreciating my work so much. Thank you very much. So when choosing the topic for my presentation, I tried to be within the framework of this session actually, and it's called EAP Beyond Europe, Establishing and Using Capacity to Feed the World. Just giving a bit more of my background, as Krista told, she thought that having grown up on a breeder's cattle farm in the mountains has helped me to get perspective. I'm very grateful of my parents who had me working hard as a kid next to going to school, and I was very interested in the records because of course we were a recorded farm, and I was allowed to choose the bulls for the farm from early on, which made me also very proud. Then I studied and established my academic career at Boku University. Yet I spent almost 2.5 years of my life in Australia, a year for a postdoc with John James, who was just a perfect teacher for me. He's a mathematician with also a breeder's mind. And then later on as a visiting professor of molecular animal breeding at the University of Sydney. Anyway, from beginning on, and because of this background that I had, I was very, very interested to collaborate from early on with the breeding organizations or breeders of cattle and pigs mostly in Austria. And around age of 40, I got very interested in working with partners in developing countries, mostly in Africa. And as Krista told, about half of my PhD students have been African, and the other half are Austrians. And well, African is also not all African, some Latin American as well, and Austrians are also not all Austrians, but also some people from Central Europe. But my key vision has been and is to help implementing efficient breeding programs in Austria and in developing countries for the sake of a better living for farmers and also for feeding the world. As we are in the Anthropocene, I came across a figure like this, or a graph like this, that is kind of driving me quite a lot. So this is telling the proportion of the relative weight of mammals, land mammals, around the world. And it is about 35% of weight of mammals in the world is human. About 39% of the weight is cattle. And what you can see here in green, and this is probably a percent or so, is wild animals. So this is, if you want to know how much we are into the Anthropocene, this is the graph to show this one. Actually, it doesn't, it's slightly misleading graph, because the mammals only have contribute about 0.03% to the world biomass, so 80% is plants, and 17% is bacteria. But of course, along with those things, many other things have also been changed by humans. And I don't have to talk about the livestock's long shadow a lot here. I still have a few slides, one slide with a few facts on this one here. So ruminant livestock emit methane, mostly by rumination and also a bit by excretion. And when looking at figures from the last 130 years, the global methane emission from livestock or by livestock has been 4 times the one it was at the beginning. But at the same time, the human population has got 5 times as many as we have been before. So it's just an enormous number. And still, people expect for the next 30 years, this one to be going up still another 30%. And well, again, if you think about human population, that's also 25% we expect to go up. But when we look more carefully in Europe, methane emission has reduced by 30%, and this is mostly or almost exclusively due to the fact there's much less cattle around, much less cows around, and those cows produce much more milk than they used to produce. So for me, increase of productivity per animal is the key to look into this one. And it's not simple calculation of counting kilos of milk divided by methane, kilos of methane divided by kilo of milk. You have also to think about the system. If you have to do a life cycle analysis, and you have to include the calves of the cows as well and things like this. Anyway, still my point is that increasing productivity is the key. Here is just a graph from Rinderzucht Austria that in Austria, milk production since 1950 has increased from 3,000 to close to 8,000 kilos of milk. We have a lot of flag-free cattle, which is a dual-purpose breed, which is also many people say better than to have a pure dairy breed when you think about sustainability. But my feeling is, or I think that I know that most of the change is genetic, but the environment had to go along with the genetics actually. So cows eat, of course, much more than the cows from 1915 ate. But so we need to keep this term for one of the final slides. So to my mind, the breeds have been at all times locally adapted because their environment has changed along the way.
Now, as indicated by, well, I already indicated myself, but also Krista has indicated, I got very, very interested in working in developing countries. I have to say that Krista is at least a little bit guilty for this one, because she was, after her PhD, she went for 3 years to Zambia to do developing work. And together with my family, I visited her and her family in Zambia, and I think this has sparked my love of Africa very much also. But what I saw at that time, and also later on when we started collaborating, is essentially no structured breeding program, almost no structured breeding programs, the way we are familiar with here in Europe. There's no institutional arrangements for this one and no lab recording going on. And what people thought at that time was that nucleus breeding, like having governmental stations and breeding the best animals there and giving them out to farmers would be the solution. But it has mostly been failing, and I don't have time to explain all the reasons why it was failing. So what part of the community, and this part of the scientific community is getting bigger, found out that, well, rather than doing those open nucleus systems, still think about working with farmers and implementing on-farm recording. If you do so, you have to think what the farmers want to have, what their perceptions are, and what are the traits that they are interested in, which might not be a purely economic calculation. And also, well, you have to accept that change is maybe slower than we would like to have, but potentially much more sustainable. And then I was also very lucky because Maria Wurzinger, she started working with me on this one. She was the one who opened my eyes to find out that animal breeding is not about animals alone, but it's the animals and the people. And so, Maria, thank you for this one. I think it has helped me a lot. So we tried to implement on-farm recording and breeding systems. And in the meantime, it has a nice name, which is called community-based breeding programs. And across Africa, it's very well known. So the first project that we did along those lines was with Austrian funding, an ICARDA ILRI BOKU project. And what we did, we, together with local partners, or the local partners were the ones who selected actually regions of the country, even like different provinces of the country, where we could set up such breeding programs. And we did this one in 8 villages. And a village was roughly 1,600 farmers actually, with not very many animals per farm. And the key things that we set up in all of those programs, we found out with participatory tools what are the interests, the traits of interest for farmers. So we found out about breeding objective. Luckily, it was quite easy. It was big body weight and growth and twinning, at least in some regions. We implemented very simple breeding, recording and breeding system, tagging the animals and well, having local enumerators from the village doing the tagging of the new animals, newborn animals, and then coming back to those animals every 3 months for taking weights. And then based on that, the best young rams were selected by farmers' committees after the scientists were grouping the animals based on records. So essentially correcting weights for age and for twinning rate and things like this. And then also associations were formed. So this was kind of the setting, and this is important to know that, first of all, there's lots of communication going on. Again, this was unsurprising for me as a European animal breeding scientist. I had to talk with a few technical people up there, but talking with farmers and understanding what farmers want was new to me and interesting. And it has to be done, actually. So this is just a picture of 3 pens where we had grouped the young rams in very good, medium, bad. And then the Pharma Commission were making a decision which ones they took for breeding. And of course, they often took animals also from the second category, but mostly they were also interested in, because the best ones were also the ones that were growing most fastly. So that was roughly going okay. And then what's being done in these community-based breeding programs, every half year there's a selection event. And the event has to be big, it has to be something memorable. So for example, we go in Austria, the farmers love those rosettes. So I brought rosettes from Austria and we gave them to them. And the top farmers also got awards. And the awards were started with blankets, then were mobile phones, and so, castration device was also one of the awards. So overall, but yeah, it's essentially making people interested very much. So what's happened in Ethiopia is that our colleagues, Analem Haile and Tesfat Getachew, they were our partners at the project time, but they were so strongly convinced that they have to do something more, they have to expand from what we did in this small experiment or project, and they did this one very much. So they promoted with government, they promoted with local institutions, local universities. There are lots of universities. One of the things that they did, so they tried, they agreed with universities that each of universities with partnering, they would set up 2 community-based breeding programs next door, so to speak, and also have community-based breeding as part of the teaching program. And then the government of Ethiopia decided, okay, this is the way of breeding small ruminants, and CBBB was becoming the breeding method of choice for small ruminants in Ethiopia. So I think that's just a success. We have been able to start the process, but of course it's the people, and very often that's also one thing that I learned over my career. It's a few people who make a big difference in this context. We do something like this, or the same thing with cattle in Burkina Faso. Cattle in Burkina Faso, there are 2 types, Cebu, they are quite big, but there's also the one that, well, you people here would probably recognize the name Ndama, which is an African taurine breed or population in the region where it was this type of tiny animal, so they have between 80 and 100 centimeters of hated withers. But also the people there, they wanted to have bigger animals. And so we did roughly the same system, and it's going on right now, and again with Austrian projects. So my conclusions in this context is actually, yeah, we can make a difference, and on-farm recording is possible in low input systems. Why should it not? But of course, there has to be feedback mechanisms. Just having research project is not enough whatsoever. And what I feel is that through this improvement of productivity, we also have less methane per kilo of product as well. I didn't mention, so in this Ethiopian sheep project program, they have tested the genetic gain in weight across the 10, 15 years now. Another thing that was very surprising to everybody was they had much more lambs in the village, actually, just because they had dedicated breeding rams, something they hadn't expected. And yeah, they had chosen the fast-growing rams and not the rams that were left over because they had sold the fast-growing ones on the market before. So this is coming back to locally adapted, because many people claim, well, these are poor performing animals, but they are locally adapted. And my claim is locally adapted is not an excuse for poor performing. Go for locally adapted and well-performing by breeding. So coming back to cooperation with people in developing countries, in my case mostly Africa, so I had extremely few disappointments. And I also have been, well, I think it was partly or mostly vice versa. People have not been too disappointed with me. Well, and also we have always been agreeable on what should be done, and with community-based breeding particularly, and how to do it. But this, of course, there was this was not only with PhD students, which are kind of in a dependency state, but also with local partners. So generally, there was no big problem. And I'm just claiming here, maybe it's because I'm so dominant, or Krista used the word persistent yesterday. Thank you, Krista. Okay, anyway, so I have close personal friendships with many of my former PhD students. We have many follow-up collaborations with them. And of course, the relationship changed from student-supervisor, from partner to partner. But I think I love having this change. And sometimes there are problems, but they are not too big in terms of institutional arrangement. Then I was asking other people around here, last few days actually, what they feel when they work with partners, particularly in Africa, and they also have this very positive view, particularly with students. They say sometimes it's a bit complicated when the scientific partners get very political. And the next statement comes from Martin Liedauer, and he says and claims, and I agree with this one, that Europe seems to get less and less involved in partnership with African partners or counterparts when looking at Chinese, South Korean, Brazilian, and US units. Because I'm going to Africa very many times, I find a lot of those collaborations. So, for example, with South Korea, I hadn't seen collaboration between Uganda and South Korea before, and now a lot of it is going on. So they are more active, and Martin and I, we claim, and we ask all of you, please think carefully, because there's also a bit benefit of Europe in this collaboration. And then I talked with a senior scientist from Africa who had lots of collaborations with many different institutions. And I asked her quite specifically, think about it. What is different when you have a partner from Brazil, from US, and from Europe? And she claimed, well, for Brazilian partners, she often finds that they are actually also interested in their own investment opportunities in Africa. For US partners, she claims that mostly those partners, they wish to support their own institutions, industry, particularly AI industry. So bringing in US Holstein Friesian and Siemens would be kind of to make it short. And for Europe, she also sees a bit of that, kind of supporting European industry. But she feels, but it's tricky because she talked to me, European, she feels that there's more personal engagement in us in trying to help and improve farmers' lives. So these were kind of perspectives. And now I go to EAP. And what I can see as a potential change of vision within EAP, which is on its way, luckily. So I copy-pasted the Vision 2021 of EAP, and you can please briefly read. So one of them is representing European animal science worldwide, and another one the second to the last is being a platform in Europe where young scientists interact with the animal science community, probably also worldwide. My view about EAP, I think it's really so that I love EAP in the way it developed. It has expanded its scope very dramatically since the 1990s. Well, they claim, or it's written, they are the dissemination partner for those EU projects. But my feeling is also they're not only disseminating, but they keep the scientists conscious that they have to take care what is making use for the farmers. Thank you very much for this one as well. Well, and then the other one is being here is just great. I'm so happy to be here and not being an online meeting with you. We talk so many things, so it's just great. And not the next, but the one after next will be in Innsbruck in the general meeting or annual meeting. Please come to Innsbruck. It's a beautiful, beautiful place in the middle of the mountains. Okay, and now I have the very important message to you that I took the slides from Martin Liedauer, who was pushing this one ever since he became part of the council, partly together with me when I was still also there. Essentially, at that time, he thought there should be a student partnership of European and African students, but the EAP rightly decided to say, okay, why should we only concentrate on Africa? Let's do it international, but with a focus on developing countries, actually. And so this partnership is now existing, and these are the slides that he prepared for this one, telling why this is such a good thing. Essentially, yeah. If we collaborate with African, South American, and African partners, we can help reduce hunger and create sustainable food production in global collaboration. And also we close the gap between European scientific community and scientific communities in developing countries. Network is the key point here. And so the idea is that students in Europe, they become member of Young EAP, and they foster another PhD student from a third country, and together, those two students, their partners, they form a proper partnership in the sense of exchanging their research activities and what they are doing, then also doing joint scientific publications and conference contributions, research visits and so on, and also courses. So this is the vision. Do this one, and very often, at least in Europe, very often you would have money from EU projects to bring a student over for a month or two, for example. And so money doesn't put a lot of money into this basket, but it's providing the framework for this one. So here are the benefits that Martin was writing down. Getting a better understanding of our global village, meeting different cultures, building scientific collaborations. So get involved. My statement to this one is just great. Thank you very much, EAP, and also particularly Isabel, who was very heavily supporting this effort. I see there is no age and position barrier. People think together about each other's projects, which is cool, and because it's different, you have to think differently. And an outside view is always good, to my mind, and learning together. So, and also, please also get us older guys involved in your partnership, please. So please, dear students, some of you will see the same slides tomorrow or today, I don't know. It's great. New friends, so different from cultural background, But that's my biggest surprise over the times, so similar in thinking, in ways of thinking. So thank you very much. This is a photo with 4 of my previous PhD students.
So thanks very much, Hans, for this very nice presentation and also for introducing the EAP PhD partnership that we are launching this year. As you can see, you could see in the previous slide, you can get information at the webpage, and also it will be presented, I think it is this afternoon, in the session organized by the Young EAP, so please check the booklet for the right directions. You will get more information about the partnership there. And I want to really appreciate the support that Hans, together with Martin Lidauer, have given to this initiative. Now we can take 1 or 2 very short questions for Hans before we move towards the next presentation. If any one of you has a question in the audience regarding this nice initiative of the community breeding programs and how to promote breeding in Africa in different ways. Okay, so we don't see any raised hands, so we are going to take this chance to move forward to the next presentation.
I just have one
final
statement, because many of us wondered who is Leroy, who was Leroy, and he was the first president of EAP from 1949 to 1961.
Thanks very much, Hans, for doing my job, because it should have been me who had presented André Leroy, so thank you. Our next presentation will be done by Frank Danshi, who received yesterday the WAP award. As we said yesterday, we have the opportunity this year of celebrating our annual conference together with the World Association of Animal Production, who established an award to recognize and stimulate distinguished service to animal production at the global level. This award is very special because it's only presented every 4 years, and in 2023, the WAP decided that it would be given to Frank Danshi. He was presented yesterday by Philippe Cheminot. Frank is currently a professor in agriculture at the University of Melbourne in Australia, and also a professor in animal growth and development at the University of Leeds in the UK. In his long research career, he has combined fundamental and applied research, leading to results that have been widely adopted by livestock industries. He has worked on physiology and nutrition in all livestock species and in understanding the interactions between animals and the animal and its environment, with a particular focus recently on the effect of climate change on livestock welfare and performance, and on identifying nutritional interventions to mitigate the effect of heat stress. He has an impressive publication records, and in recognition of these outstanding achievements, he has received several national and international awards, among which the 2023 WAP award. So, Frank, the floor is yours. Sorry, I forgot to say that you don't have to hurry up for lunch, because since we will have very interesting presentations during a bit more yet, lunch will be served at 1 o'clock instead of 12:30. So you can remain here, please, and prepare some questions for the very interesting talk that I'm sure Frank is going to present. Thanks.
Thank you, Isabel, and lucky that I'm used to people walking out on my talks before I even start. So thank you for staying. I'd also like to thank WAAP for making this award possible. It truly is a great honour. And when I accepted the award yesterday, I said that this award is not, just for me, I'm really the figurehead. This award is really recognising the contribution of my collaborators, and in particular PhD students. And Hans, you'll be pleased to know that most of those students have come from developing countries. And I've truly seen that benefit as well with those relationships. going to change tack a little bit. It is somewhat keeping in the theme, but probably there might be a few more data slides here than what we've had this morning. So much of my work over the past 15 to 20 years has focused on heat stress and the effect of climate change on heat stress. And I don't need to tell anyone who's living anywhere in the world now what we're facing. In just a month or so ago in Europe, there were some devastating heat events. I was in Rome a week and a half ago, or 2 weeks ago, and it was very warm. And if you look at what's happening in Australia, and it's happening the same around the world, we're getting increasing temperatures, but not just that, we're seeing more frequent and more severe and lasting for longer heat events. And so there are a number of approaches to how we might adapt to heat stress, including genetic approaches. We've taken largely a nutritional approach. I like to use this slide here to sort of demonstrate what happens in an animal when it's exposed to heat, and when I say an animal, I mean humans as well, and how we might look at targeting nutritional strategies. So as the environmental heat increases, as we move across from the from your left to your right, animals tend to reduce their feed intake. They reduce their activity. If they're a lactating animal, they'll reduce the amount of milk they're producing, and all of that is aimed at reducing metabolic heat. And some of our nutritional strategies are focused there. Another thing that happens within the gastrointestinal tract and the visceral organs is that there's a diversion of blood from the organs, from the internal organs, to the periphery. And that is in order to dissipate heat into the environment through radiant heat loss. Now, one of the problems with that diversion of blood flow, it's a natural adaptation and it's very important. But what happens within the gut and within the visceral organs is that we get hypoxia because we're not getting as much blood, and therefore we're not getting as much oxygen to those tissues. And also, the reactive oxygen species that are being generated are not being taken away. So we see, quite quickly, we see hypoxia, we see oxidative damage, and then we see an increase in the gastrointestinal tract permeability. And you, in fact, hear some people talk about heat stress as being a disease of the gut. So some of our strategies are focused on oxidative damage, and you also see an increase in respiration rate as animals try to dissipate heat, which can result in blood alkalosis and an increase in maintenance energy. So this oxidative stress that happens within the gut, it also happens within other tissues within the organ, and it's due to either an excessive production of free radicals or a deficiency of antioxidants. And when this gets out of balance, we have a failure of the antioxidant system and we get oxidative stress. And this is some work largely generated by Surinder Chauhan, where in sheep he showed with a number of different studies that when animals are exposed to heat stress, there's an increase in the circulating level of reactive oxygen species. He also showed that there was an increase in reactive oxygen species in the exhaled breath as well. So quite consistent event is this oxidative stress. And so we've focused much of our work on looking at can we use exogenous antioxidants to mitigate heat stress. And we're focused on two major categories of antioxidants. First of all, vitamin E, which is a major lipid-soluble and chain-breaking antioxidant in cellular membranes, and so it's very important in protecting against oxidation of fatty acids and lipids. And we've also focused on selenium, which is a structural component of the glutathione peroxidase enzyme, but it's also involved in, or it's incorporated into many other enzymes that are involved in the antioxidant system of an animal. And so we've looked at a number of different studies across a number of different species, and I'll just use this one. Surinder is in the audience, but I'll just use this one from Surinder's work, and it sort of lays out the sort of model that we typically use to try to study what happens during heat waves. And we use a cyclic model where we expose animals for heat stress during the day, so from 9 o'clock, say, till 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So maybe somewhere, depending on the species, maybe between 33 degrees for chickens and up to maybe 36 degrees for sheep. And then we'll drop the temperature overnight to maybe 28 degrees, but we don't drop it right down, because in heat waves, what we see is that you'll see periods of high daytime temperature, but periods of high nighttime temperature as well. And it's this lack of decrease in temperature overnight that results in a continual accumulation of heat load and results in heat stress. So this experiment here, we fed a control diet to sheep. We fed about 800 grams of a typical grain and lucerne diet. But that diet had in it selenium and vitamin E at the recommended requirements. Okay, so we're not looking at animals that are deficient in selenium or vitamin E. We're looking at animals that are getting what are normally recommended as requirements by the NRC. And then we had animals in those diets plus heat, and then we had supernutritional levels of selenium and vitamin E. So we fed between 5 and 10 times the levels of vitamin E and selenium that are normally acceptable, and then we also had a heat stress treatment overlaid there. And as I said, one of the natural adaptations to heat stress is an increase in respiration rate, and we saw that in both the dietary treatments exposed to heat stress. But you'll note that the temperature in those animals that were exposed to heat stress and were fed the high levels of selenium and vitamin E, that the respiration rate did not go up as high. They're still suffering, make no mistake about that, and I would challenge anyone in this room to pant for 200 breaths per minute for anywhere longer than a couple of minutes. So they're still experiencing some level of heat stress, but not to the same degree as the animals that weren't on those diets containing antioxidants. And if you look at feed intake, so what we typically see during heat stress is that there's a reduction in feed intake, and here it was about a 14%, but you'll see in those animals that had the high levels of antioxidants, that feed intake was maintained. So they were able to maintain their feed intake and still have a lower respiration rate and rectal temperature. So quite clearly there are some positive benefits there. And if you look at some of the expression of some of the enzymes that are involved in antioxidant activity, we've got muscle glutathione peroxidase. You can see that during heat stress there's a decrease, but if you provide the selenium and vitamin E, you'll get an increase under both heat stress and control conditions. And so in fact, under heat stress conditions, fed the vitamin E and selenium, we're back to where we were in the control conditions. And similarly for superoxide dismutase, another very important antioxidant enzyme. So we're seeing some physiological changes, we've seen some changes in their behaviour with respect to feed intake, and we've also seen some changes in gene expression. And these are consistent across species and across many different studies. But I think it's probably best to see a video to see this visualised. So this first animal here is a sheep that's been fed the high selenium and vitamin E diet. And you can see that this sheep is panting, reasonably rapid breaths per minute. So quite clearly there's a level of heat stress. But let's go across to the control animal. Right next door, in the same chamber, quite visible differences in the ability of these animals to handle heat stress. And of course, I've shown you the typical experience, but it is quite clear that these antioxidants are having some beneficial effects. I'll just change species now. As I said before, that heat stress is often thought as of a disease of the gut, and this work is from Nick Garble's laboratory in Iowa State, where he exposed pigs to heat stress, and this time it was 40 degrees, and then sacrificed animals at 0 to 4 and 6 hours after heat stress. And what we're seeing here is a cross-section of the small intestine at the ileum. And so if you look at the cross-section at 0 hours, so these animals are under thermoneutral conditions, you can see quite long, finger-like villi, quite healthy. And if you look at the bottom of those villi, you can see that the tight junctions there really are tight. And so these long villi are offering the ability to digest and absorb nutrients, and there's a physical barrier there keeping out things like endotoxins with those tight junctions. But even after 2 hours, just 2 hours of heat stress, just look at the sort of damage that's there. You start to see those tight junctions open up, the villi have sloughed off, go to 4 hours, and then you go to 6 hours, and it's a real mess. Now, this actually happens to humans as well. So I suppose something analogous to this might be someone who runs might suffer from runner's gut. It's a pretty similar sort of event. So this is what this oxidative damage is doing to the gut during heat stress. Is there something we can do about that? Well, this is some work that Fan Lu did, and this is in pigs. And what Fan did here was he fed selenium and vitamin E selenium at 0.2 parts per million and vitamin E at 17 international units. And I'll reiterate again, that is what is normally considered to be the requirements for animals. And then he fed increasing levels of selenium and vitamin E and looked at permeability of the gut. Now, what you see at the low selenium and vitamin E diet, well, the control vitamin E and selenium diet, you saw an increase in gut permeability, but as he increased the level of selenium and vitamin E, there was restoration of the integrity of the gut, and so in fact, at 0.5 parts per million and 100 international units of vitamin E, virtually reversed that effect of heat stress on gut permeability. But that leads me now on to the next part of my talk, and because these supernutritional levels of selenium that we've been working with, they're actually fine in Australia. We actually don't have any real regulations on the amount of selenium that we can feed, because historically we have low selenium soils. But they're above the levels that can be fed in most parts of the world, including the EU. So we've spent a good period of time looking for alternative forms of dietary antioxidants that could at least partially substitute for selenium. And we've done quite a bit of work looking at plant-derived antioxidants, including polyphenols, that may be suitable alternatives. And one of the reasons why we've sort of focused here is that many of the nutritional strategies that we look at and others look at for methane mitigation, for example, are okay in animals that are housed intensively, but many of the animals around the world that we really, or in fact most of the animals around the world that we really want to focus some of our attention on, are just cannot be supplemented because they're in extensive grazing systems. And the other reason why we wanted to look at polyphenols is that they may also alter rumen fermentation characteristics and perhaps reduce methane emissions. So we got access to, in our first sort of study, looking at a model here, we got access to a sugarcane-derived antioxidant mix. So this was derived from the waste product of sugarcane production from the molasses. And you don't need to look at these numbers here, but just to say that this had a broad range of polyphenols and antioxidant activity. And we used the this time we use the chicken as a model. And so I'll step through this. On the left-hand side, we have chickens maintained under thermoneutral conditions and those that were maintained under cyclic heat stress on the right. And we fed increasing doses of this polyphenol mix up to 10 grams per kilogram. And what you see under thermoneutral conditions, there's an increase in rectal temperature over time. And there's a dose-dependent reduction in rectal temperature, particularly out at the end. But more importantly, in those chickens that are under heat stress, we see, well, certainly we see a higher rectal temperature, but we also see a quite clear separation within those dietary treatments where we see a dose-dependent reduction in rectal temperature in chickens that were growing faster and putting on more muscle. If you look at respiration rate, yes, respiration rate increased in response to heat stress, but again, you see a dose-dependent decline in respiration rate. And if you this time we're looking at another measure. This is looking at T-bars in the muscle of these chickens, the breast muscle of these chickens after 72 hours. And this measure, T-bars, is measuring oxidation. And you can see that heat stress increases oxidation within those muscles, but the increasing doses of polyphenols reduce that oxidation. So quite clearly there's some post-absorptive effects there, and we're seeing effects on muscle and keeping or shelf life of that chicken meat. But again, this is a mix of polyphenols that will be fine for animals that are in confined systems, but not suitable really for animals that are in extensive grazing systems. And if you look at, there's been increasing interest in using polyphenols, looking at polyphenols in ruminant nutrition. This is, interest over the past 30 years. We first started looking at this around 2007 when we published a review, and there really has been rapid increase in interest in this area. And what we do know is that the pasture and forage polyphenols, they vary widely, but they generally sort of decrease in summer when we probably need to have higher levels of polyphenols if we're looking at protection against heat stress. But we do see considerable variation, and so this sort of allows us to perhaps look for different pastures and different fodder and forage opportunities. So we've got perennial ryegrass, plantain, lucerne, chicory and brassica. So you can see in the chicory and plantains particularly high levels of polyphenols. And what we also have a suite of antioxidant assays. We have about 14 or 15 antioxidant assays. And what we see is that these generally all line up with the level of total phenol. So the total phenolic content of these plant materials typically lines up with the level of various levels of antioxidant measures. So it's letting us know that if we're measuring total polyphenols, we're looking at total antioxidant activity. But there are also some other plants that have very high levels of polyphenols, and here, there's the ryegrass and the plantain, lucerne and chicory lined up there from their spring contents. But then we have a tropical legume that we've been working with called desmanthus, and you can see that there are extremely high levels of polyphenols there, and those polyphenols are not all tannins, because there's been a lot of interest in tannins and their ability to reduce methane. And if you look at on the far right-hand side there, desmanthus, which has about 60, I haven't put units here, but 60 compared to, say, 16 for plantain. It's higher in flavonoids. But if you look at condensed tannins, you see that the plantain have, nearly 15 or over 15 times the level that's in the desmanthus. So even though it has quite high levels of total polyphenols, it's not necessarily high or extremely high in condensed tannins. And again, within the desmanthus, we see that the total phenolic content lines up with the antioxidant activity. And one of the reasons why people have been looking at tannins, have been looking at polyphenols, is that in fact they can move some of the protein digestion from the rumen to the small intestine, because the efficiency of use of that protein is increased. And so some of our students have been looking at this as a means of moving quality protein past the rumen for better utilisation and profile, but also perhaps to reduce methane production. Because there are various ways in which you can tie up proteins so that they can escape rumen fermentation, and one of those is through binding to polyphenols. So I'll just flip through this quickly, but the model we've used, Beriket is in the audience, has used, is an in vitro system where he pre-incubates with a very fermentable rumen fluid with a very fermentable carbohydrate source, and then looks at the nitrogen protein digestibility, and is able to fractionate the protein into rapidly fermented protein and more slowly fermented protein, and then protein that actually escapes fermentation in the rumen. So soybean meal there, A, B and C, so A is the more rapidly, B is the more slowly, and C is that which escapes. You can see that it has a profile quite different to the desmanthus, where much of the protein gets through, or can potentially get through, to the small intestine. And if you look at degradable protein versus total phenolic content, so this is a range of different legumes, and you can see that some of those have very low levels of degradable protein. They have very high levels of total phenolics there, up around 16% of dry matter. The group of legumes that we're interested in are sorry, there is one. No, it doesn't work. No, there is, right in the middle there is a series of desmanthus. And those that have low total phenolics are, lucerne and soybean hay. But you can see that the desmanthus is relatively, it's intermediate in its ability to have phenolics, but also to be degradable. And the reason we first got interested in desmanthus is because there's been work done up in the north of Australia looking at increasing the level of desmanthus in the diet. And in this case, as desmanthus was increased up to 31%, there was no change in methane production in grams per day, but the animals increased their feed intake, and so in fact there was a decrease at the bottom line. There was a decrease of methane yield in a linear fashion. And if you look at in our in vitro system, what happens? Again, when you total phenolics versus methane, there is a decrease there with increasing total phenolics, and we think that the desmanthus is sitting there in a sweet spot right in the middle there, where we're not getting too much protection, but we're getting sufficient to protect the protein and perhaps starch and decrease methane. Now this is in vitro system. We need to look really now what happens in a in vivo system. But stepping back to that polyphenol mix that we obtained from the sugarcane molasses fed to sheep, and this is work done by Pragna, who also is in the audience, where she saw an increase in dry matter intake, an increase in live weight, and a 30% reduction in methane. So again, a good indication that perhaps we can go further. This is a concentrated mix of polyphenols, but perhaps there is opportunities with plant-derived material. And I'll just finish off with a model that we've used to simulate moving fermentation from the rumen into to digestion in the small intestine. This is using a binding agent. And you can see that by using this binding agent, we've been able to slow down the fermentation of wheat grain in an in vitro system. And we've also been able to slow down the gas production from a protein meal. So it has effects both on starch and on protein. And when Pragna fed this binding agent to sheep, She saw an increase in respiration rate when we went from thermoneutral to heat stress. But in fact, those animals that were fed the maize diet or those that were fed the rumen-protected wheat had a lower respiration rate. We'd already seen this effect of corn versus wheat before, but this we were able to sort of simulate through this protection that we could get the wheat behaving the same. And she also saw a decrease in in methane production from these treatments. So the protected wheat had a lower methane production under both thermoneutral conditions and during heat stress. So we're now looking at desmanthus. So here we have some photos here of a fresh cut desmanthus. You'll see that there also we've got a green feed system sitting out in the paddock there of some pretty rough looking desmanthus. We're sort of looking at 30% inclusion in the pasture swards here. And there's a photo of Ed Charmley and myself next to a flux tower that's over the top of a desmanthus sward as well. So we're measuring not just the methane production from these cows, but we're also measuring accumulation of carbon into the soil through fluxes there, and also accumulation of water, because we think there's some positives. So I suppose stand by for some, I hope, exciting data from these studies. So to summarise, many stressors, including heat stress, result in oxidative stress. Some of these effects can be overcome using super-nutritional levels of dietary antioxidants. We also see a role for plant polyphenols and other phytochemicals, particularly in situations where we're dealing with animals in extensive grazing systems. There's a lot of the team there, and I'll just take the opportunity to leave this on the an advertisement for our conference, Asian-Australasian Animal Production Conference next year. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
So thanks very much, Frank. I think we have questions over there for Frank, please.
Hi, Dave Pethick from Middle University, Australia. Great talk, Frank. Now, Frank, I'm delving deep into my biochemical past, but superoxide dismutase, I seem to remember that's pretty crucial for antioxidant hydrogen peroxide dilution.
Yep.
That's a copper, from memory, copper and zinc containing enzyme. Now, where I come from, there's a lot of copper marginality. I mean, is that another angle? Sorry, it's a naive question, but is that another angle for manipulation of the
quite possibly, David. I mean, in fact, I suppose we're a little bit surprised that selenium increased it, but because of what you just say, yeah, it could be another means of manipulation as well. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
But it could also be one of the reasons why animals suffer heat stress in some of those conditions, David, that they have insufficient copper.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and zinc.
My name is Paul Bikker from Wageningen University and Research. Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I have a question about the part on heat stress. And it's clear from what you showed that the antioxidants can reduce the damage that is induced by heat stress, for example, in the gut. But I was wondering, what is the mechanism that you also see a reduction in the effect of the respiration rate of the animal? And in one of your later slides also on the rectal temperature of the animal, in that case with polyphenols.
Yep. So, you know, what we showed was the effect on the gut, but quite clearly there's oxidative damage all over in many organs within the body, and we've actually shown that there's extravasation in many tissues. So it's a general response in reducing oxidative stress across the body, which allows the animal to it's still heat stress, but it allows it to continue to consume feed. Often in some of these strategies there's a trade-off. If an animal still continues to eat, then in fact their rectal temperature doesn't always drop because they're producing more heat because they're eating. And you'll see now that many of the commercial nutrition companies and supplement companies are actually, are working on phytogenics to produce, additives that do some of these effects. We've also worked with betaine, which has other effects on reducing metabolic rate, and we find that when we stack these treatments up, the betaine will benefit, reduce maintenance heat requirements. The selenium and vitamin E will actually reduce the oxidative damage, and so you get some additive effects there. But of course, once you start stacking up additives, you're taking space out of the rest of the diet, really, and it gets a bit expensive. But we try to look at different mechanisms. So not all the effects are due to antioxidants, though, Paul.
So, quick question: was the feed intake then similar, or was it also affected by the antioxidants?
In the sheep study, the level of feed was reduced in those that were exposed to heat, but we did cap it at 800 grams per day. In many of our pig studies, we tend to reduce reduce feed intake in all those animals, so we actually see the effect of the feed, not the effect of the dietary treatment, not the effect of the reduction in feed. In the chicken study, those animals are ad libitum fed.
We're going to take only 2 more short questions, please. So, can you?
Thanks so much, Frank. It's very, very nice presentation. And I am Long Cai from Yanhai. I have 2 questions. The first question is the polyphenolic supplementation decrease methane production a lot. You showed in your slide, and what the mechanism could be. And the second question is, polyphenolic compounds may have antioxidant ability, but for the luminant phenolic compounds, maybe can decrease in the lumen. So what's your comments? Because when the phenolic compounds decrease in the lumen, the ability to alleviate the heat stress maybe will decrease. Thanks so much.
Okay, so I'll try and answer quickly. So I think at least part of the mechanism is moving some of the protein and starch digestion out of the rumen by binding, and then getting enzymatic digestion post-ruminal. I think that's at least part of the mechanism. And that's why I showed that the study with the binding agents. The other thing is that, yes, there will be some, particularly in ruminants, there will be some breakdown of those polyphenols. But in fact, it's the absorption of the smaller polyphenol fragments that actually probably have some of the post-absorptive effects.
Thank you.
Michael Lee, Harper Adams in the UK. First of all, Frank, congratulations on your award, very well deserved. The Desmanthus work is really fascinating. And I know some of the results you showed was in vitro, but as you move into grazing scenarios, are you also looking at the potential of root exudates and the impact and the wider impact that these unusual legumes could have? Because some work that has occurred at Rothamsted in the UK has shown that a lot of these legumes will produce some very useful root exudates, which will play a different role in soil health and also then impact on nitrous oxide emissions and the potential. So is that work happening also at Dookie?
This is not at Dookie. This work's actually up in North Queensland. And yes, there's a group at Sydney University working on the rhizobium, specific rhizobium to interact with the Desmanthus and some of the other tropical legumes, and to characterise some of that ability to fix nitrogen and to alter the microbiome around the roots. Yep. And thank you for nominating me, Michael.
Professor.
So thanks very much. I think it's time to wrap up. If you have some more questions, please address them to the speakers during the lunch breaks, and don't forget to come back at 2 o'clock because we are reinitiating the sessions. I would like to finish by thanking very much all the speakers we've had this morning, since the earlier presentations from the French livestock sector, the speakers in the plenary and the awardees. I think the talks have been fantastic, and thanks very much for you, the audience, for being here and for contributing to the discussion. Thanks very much.